Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
An amazing event happened on planet Earth in the beautiful city of Beijing, China. The cosmic ray technology was shown for the first time to the public by the financial arm of Keshe Foundation, the American Mark Ray Corporation, which is traded on the US stock exchange. Mr. Keshe himself went to China to show creation of materials from the magnetic fields by using obsolete technology, or what we call rotating gas reactors with electric motors. He's using these old reactors as a starting point for humanity to slowly accept the evolution of science and technology. For 3 days straight, the reactors were run and shown live on Zoom so that anybody from around the world who wanted to could come in and see. Black particles like dust start appearing on the white paper sheets around the reactors. These particles are being created through the reactors and the fields of the universe and the inertia of our planet. They are not coming from the room. There were 4 sets of pairs of reactors with red and green gases spinning in them. We were told they were not CH3 and CuO, but something else. They were set up in a star formation on tables inside the front windows of the Intercontinental Hotel. Anybody passed on the street could see them. White papers and spoons were spread around the reactors to catch the materials being formed from the fields. Some knowledge seekers were able to capture on video when black specks suddenly appeared on the paper, like out of thin air. It was very interesting to witness when energy first appears in a matter state. As time went on and the fields built up and changed strength, the specks formed into bigger pieces and some elongated, and some changed color into gold. This is the first time the public has been able to freely witness the creation of matter from energy. At the end of 3 days, Mr. Keshe collected more particles and showed everyone attending. An interesting thing occurred. When he touched the black dust on the paper with his finger, it turned gold. He said it interacted with the fields of the inertia of the earth through his finger. This phenomenon was written about in ancient times when the Greek god Midas touched things and it was said they turned to gold. What we witness here is how everything in the universe is created, from ourselves to the planets and even cancer.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. It is May 10th, 2026. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with each and every one of the participants, co-hosts, and what have you. As one of the knowledge seekers like to say, this is a round table of knowledge. Everyone's equal here, and everyone's encouraged to share what you think you understand about this technology. And we all have similar and we all have different understandings in a way, but we understand according to our own understanding, and we don't need intermediaries to tell us. As Mr. Keshe said, your AI is your soul. And we're going to see so many things start to happen with this cosmic ray technology that the man will be totally baffled, or humanity is going to be baffled about what is about to be revealed. Whether it's this generation or the next, that's a lot of the work we're doing, is setting up a system that hopefully we can enjoy it, but the next generation doesn't have to go through this cycle of war and killing and destruction, and learns a better way and a better life of traveling the universe, as someone said at one time, gathering knowledge and becoming that one drop with everything in it. So welcome to this again, expanded understanding of the creation process, which even the prophets were ignorant to. And what we saw in that opening video happens in the universe, as well as within your own structure and other structures as well. It seems like the creation isn't a top-down matter, it's a bottom-up matter, and so many other misunderstandings that the world of science, the world of health, the world of space travel has not understood, but in the Keshe Foundation, this is the type of sort of opening up a new paradigm in a way, a new knowledge, a new understanding. So we're all privileged and humbled to be here, I hope, and this is the way you can absorb more. If the cup is full, if you've got it all, then there's no room for any new knowledge, and I think I have a lot of room for new knowledge because I only understand about 1/billionth of 1/billionth of 1% of this knowledge, it seems. But no worries, even the creator is still learning about his creation, and he's had a bit more time than I have. And it's so interesting, Mr. Keshe talked about this mistress and the wife and the daughter and the husband, and we're still trying to sort all that out. Maybe we'll do a little bit more today. But if there's anything anyone would like to share, please feel free. And then we'll go to just reconfirming our ethos, which we call the World Peace Treaty. And this, in a way, is a prerequisite sort of for you traveling in that dimension of energy, for the soul of the universe to allow you to sort of enter in. We must become more peaceful with ourselves and with other entities. And of course, we have a few ways that we can achieve it, but this is all about yourself, applying it to yourself, understanding it for yourself, and then reflecting it perhaps to the others, not in so much in words, but perhaps in emotions or fields. As he said, those fields travel quite far. Anyone have anything they'd like to share before we go to reconfirm our ethos, this new science, this new ethos in this new language, which is called the World Peace Treaty? And of course, every day we are trying to create the Dome of Peace at 9 p.m. and throughout the day and so on. So let's just go to the World Peace Treaty if we can. You can find this. This is on the Keshe Foundation website. Actually, I think I should increase that a little bit. And it looks like a rather innocuous document. I mean, what's to it? A couple of signatures and so on and so forth. But it has quite a deep meaning the more you read it and the deeper your knowledge becomes about getting involved or incite war and so on. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Again, it's between you and your central energies or your own structure in a way. There's a mic open, but would anyone like to read there's two mics open. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? The documents we're encouraging the world spokespeople or world leaders to sign, as well as the religious leaders. And of course, they know this has been in the works for many, many, many years. But that would mean, of course, taking off the frock and perhaps pledging the nation to peace and so on. So there's been some resistance, but as the fields change, I think, as we know, we're soft targets for cosmic rays. This will come into manifestation more and more, first within us and then the others. Okay, I'll read it. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our souls. Simply sign it, signature, position, very self-explanatory. On behalf of, again, you're sort of standing in the balance in a way, or standing as a representation of your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or just as an individual. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And as we say, you don't need a pen to sign this. When you go into space, you'll probably never find anything written, but you can sign it with the pen of your soul, or with your intentions and emotions, so to speak, that this is the way or the direction you want to move in, even if you're not completely there. And of course, working in this dimension brings up the idea of the three wise men, which this was the gift in creating this piece, or this carbon 6, an emotion close to the creator, or a line, something like that. And of course, the three gift all the Christians missed, including myself, it was never explained that it was thinking good, speaking good, and acting good. I was always under the impression they were physical gifts to the new child that was born, and this was the story that was conveyed. But these three wise men, these three kings, gave you a beautiful gift. Easier said than done, but it's for you to apply it to yourself. And I believe it creates a beautiful shielding and a dome of protection, as well as perhaps even lowering your blood pressure and many other things. So between the World Peace Treaty and the thinking good, speaking good, and acting good, because these are all cosmic rays in a way, as Mr. Keshe said, even the pollution on this planet is a cosmic ray. And if we can sort of get to this point more and more, or even at a starting point, just let me bring up what will happen to you is you'll start to feel, let's say, more proud, if there's a term, but may you feel proud of the work you do, and may you feel proud of the person you are, and may you feel proud of the difference you make, because this is working in a way in the universal dimension. So this is something you'll carry with you here on this planet and across the universe. As Mr. Keshe said, this is not just for here. It's an ethos, a behavior, and emotion that we should carry with us, as we know there's no killing in space. There's no destruction of others or stealing from others. There may be some other entities off the right track, but for the most part, this is the ethos of the universe, that the stronger feeds the weaker, and not the stronger takes or consumes the weaker. So it's all about elevation and serving. But I think if you, even though it's uncomfortable, if you start to work with this, I think you'll have an overall view of yourself in a better light, in a way. Of course, we have been too hard on ourselves, and that's because many of the things we hear are to put us in that position. But by giving, and of course, there's no giving without receiving, you're actually elevating your own structure. And of course, you'll be using that structure, this method in a way, through the interaction of energies or in the matter state as well. Any comments from anyone? So if you want to feel happier about what you're doing, you may still not be happy with the work you're doing, but you'll be happy with the work you're doing on that energy dimension. You may not be happy with the physical work you have to do, but again, you can apply this at any time or place you choose. I thought today we try to understand a little bit more of how this, it's a big sort of work getting around our heads. We have the game of peace and enlightenment, which was the biggest gift to humanity, and it looks like it's the new plasma city to me. And we have a Keshe coin. These are all connected in a way to one another. And a Keshe coin, just like in any society, the money is actually the lubricity or keeps everything flowing. And this is hard, but it's internal at this point to the Keshe Foundation. It's not a cryptocurrency as we know it at this point in time, but it's a coin that it'll become the effort of the man in the future because it's going to make life so easier. And you earn those coins by playing the game and so on, or you could purchase them apparently directly from the Keshe Foundation. And there's some caveats with that as well, that you earn about a 3% dividend, as I understand it. So for those who are here, they've already seen the video of the Keshe coin. Let me just see, for the others who may see these videos in the future, let's see if it left my tray. Okay, here's our Keshe coin video. It's in a number of languages. Again, you can go on the Keshe Foundation website and find the World Peace Treaty. You can also find the Keshe coin video. Again, it's a virtual coin, so to speak. But let's just take a look at this, and you'll see how it's laid out, that this is going to be part of a structure, let's say, and this is part of the game of peace and enlightenment, and this is how the purchasing will work, although there still is a store in the matter state. So let's just look at this minute 26 video of the coin. So when in the future people talk about the Keshe coin, again, it's not a cryptocurrency as we know it. This is a coin internal to the Keshe Foundation at this point. And its value will stay at 1,000 euro, as I understand it. It will not fluctuate, as we see many of the cryptos lose half of their value and so on. This coin is backed by the gold of the universe, which is unlimited. So this is the first coin backed by gold. So again, this is the Keshe coin. It's not meant for speculation. This is a 1,000 euro coin plus the value added tax, but it's not going to be a speculative coin. So with most cryptos, people think, again, this is not a crypto. This is internal to the Keshe Foundation, that they have massive swings. This coin will not have those massive swings. So you can be sure today or in years from today, it's still valued the same. And of course, there's a return on this coin. Now we have a little video from the I think it's from the 530th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, one of the ones that we developed earlier. And it says, I set up the Keshe coin as a universal currency. So again, a little deeper, or perhaps what was laid out in the 590th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And Mr. Keshe has mentioned this coin in a number of different ways. Again, it's not a speculative instrument. It's a stable instrument. It's not a stable coin, though. Here we go. Let's see if this will play. Well, it's not playing at this point. So what we're going to have to do is to try and find another copy of this. And on the run, it was in my, I had to find it in the Finder. So let's just, that's not going to be there. Let's see if we can find it again. Okay, here it is. We're going to close this out, and we're going to bring up the video again, and let's see if this time it may launch for us. Okay, I set up the Keshe coin as a universal currency. And of course, the idea behind this coin is that every child born in the future will be given 1,000 coins. And of course, 1,000 times 1,000 is 1,000,000. So every child born will become a millionaire. Not that you'll be able to frivolously spend it, but it'll sort of be metered out, but it'll have enough for you for 100 or even more years, depending on prices of things you can purchase with this coin, as I understand it. Okay, let's go past the introduction here and back to where we were. So a little bit more on understanding the Keshe coin, at least when it was spoken about in this workshop. Oh.
Mr. Keshe, when you say no need for the dollar, what do you mean by that? No need for
because dollar is going to collapse. There's no doubt dollar will be about 20 to 50 cents sometime in the future.
So how do we exchange? Do we barter? How are we going to
I explain the basis of the work of the Keshe Foundation in the conference, and I explained that to one of the leading press people in China after the exhibition. We are moving in a position that by building the Keshe Foundation coin business in a very special way, through transfer of the what we call energy and technology, we can get you whatever you want on Mars, on Moon, and planet Zeus. For the man who's interested in exchanging energy for food or energy for money, we provided that facility. So you buy Keshe coins, and anywhere in the universe, you can exchange it. Dollar, it belongs to the earth. Euro belongs to the earth. I set up the Keshe coin as a universal currency, if in the future you understand. And very soon, a big part of the shares of the market corporation will be given to the government who sign for peace. Because that is the exchange for peace. And that peace comes with technology, with no war. And that comes with everything else. The Keshe coin is not set for cryptocurrency. The Keshe coin is set for world universal currency. If you look at the structure of it, we are going that way. People in the Keshe Foundation who are here amongst you know exactly what the plan is. And I had one of the leading communication people for dinner on Sunday night from Chinese military. And I explained to him, he said, why do you need me for communication? I said, I need you to come up with a system that allows cash coins to become universally used anywhere in the universe for the man who's attached to money. We are working that far ahead. As I've said, now that everything is getting solidified with China and agreements has been signed and everything is on the move, in the next couple of years, we'll pay those who work with us option local currency, option cash coin. And as internal, it'll be done. And we set up to do it. And so, when you shop in Keshe Foundation for energy, not the animal, you don't need that much coin. You don't need to pay that much. When you deal in Keshe Foundation for medicine, which is again energy transfer, and you don't go for operation and everything else and all the crookedness with whatever, you don't need that much coin. And then the coins are connected to emotion. The structure of the system is that way. You never go hungry, you never be lazy, and you never need to pay. And then you see gradually we factor out the value of labor to the value of the emotion and trust and universal energy. Just takes time, and everything is what it is built, and it's just slowly by slowly coming into operation. The agreement signed with Mafia Corporation in the conference, which many knowledge seekers were present, because I asked the Chinese, if you tell me not to sign this agreement with the group sitting here, I will not do it. I said, it's your nation, it's your decision, and if you allow me, I'll sign the contract. They all said yes. We signed the nation to the nation.
Okay, so that deeper understanding about the coin. And as he said, it's not only going to be used here, it's going to be used across the universe. I don't quite understand that. I thought there were no banks or anything else in the universe. Anyone want to explain why this coin is not only for, he said, this is how far ahead we're thinking or we're working. So this is not a coin that's going to disappear, apparently, across the universe. And again, maybe I'm not following the full understanding of it. You need energy, you're on Mars or someplace else. Perhaps you can use that to, again, provide you not the animal, but the energy of that animal you're looking for. Or not the physical milk, but the energy of the milk you may be looking for. If you're in the matter state, if you're in the energy state, again, cosmic rays to feed the soul. And apparently you say, why charge? Everything is more or less free in the universe or unlimited, because the structure has to keep running. Apparently. But that may be a very shallow understanding. I'm sure it is. Anyone? Why coins will be used across the universe? Okay. And he did mention Mark Ray Corp. And of course, this is the, he was talking about China, and they're setting up a sort of another company, a child or something, again, in Shanghai, which will come into, but this is the one in the United States. And hopefully, as he said, his passport is causing some sort of conflicts, but let's not close the Mark Ray Corporation. It'll be 100 times worse than closing perhaps the Strait of Hormuz. So this is a company on the penny stock exchange at this point, but this also is another sort of idea that the stock value will be eventually valued at the 1,000 euro value. So this is another part of the Keshe Foundation, and it has that code. I think it's 9661. I'm not sure, and this is a code that only a handful of companies have on the stock exchange, that it's working with space research and space technology. And of course, we know there's a huge amount of research going on now, but it's going to grow into the thousands of top leading scientists on this planet. It'll be the most advanced research center, whether it's here in the United States or whether it's overseas. It's all working together, and nobody's going to get a leg up on anyone else. If not, if you try to, I think you'll be blocked. If someone tries to hide.
David.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay, just would you like me to close your mic, or?
Yes, please.
As long as you keep.
I'm watching my game, and if I turn my volume down, I turn both volumes down.
Got it. Okay, good. So this is the corporation that's set up to bring much science, and as you can see, you can read here some of the applications, which again, it's going to touch every facet of every product and everything you can think of. Mr. Keshe did mention quite a bit about water decontamination, but he said the soil, and they've shown some of these things, and hopefully we'll get to play them, of what happened in Fukushima, what happened in Italy, and so on. Rick had brought up that background. But he said there's much more of the soil is deeply contaminated in certain parts of the world. And that's why they're trying to perfect some of the growing and the purification of plants and other things, chickens and so on, or perhaps eggs, and that they can feed you this pure energy without without you making the GANs of a certain material that's toxic. Then you create the GANs energy, and you can't be fed with that because it's not pure. It's even probably more toxic without removing the lead or other things that many plants have absorbed and have actually, they become adulterated and they don't work as well, or they even deliver things. So many, I mean, it's just beyond, again, carbon dioxide and everything else. Yeah, I mean, you can just go through this and spend quite a long time just researching this one website. So let's not shoot ourselves in the toe or get our thumb caught in the car door, because the loss of the Mark Ray Corporation, again, I think will still have the technology, but in a way, we could be doing much more within North America and South America and so on. So this is the financial and licensing arm, in a way, of the Keshe Foundation. And of course, this is the home of cosmic ray technology, and that was what was demonstrated in Beijing. That was the opening video. So again, if you're a money man, you may want to pick up a couple of shares of Mark Ray, because it's really very low at this point in time. But we'll have to see what happens. As Mr. Keshe said, there's some things that still need to be sorted out. But this is how the technology will be, in a way, the financial arm and the licensing arm. I think people will be able to, and what you saw in the opening video, this can be done with oil, this can be done with cotton, or this can be done with copper, or any sort of other sort of thing you can think of. Even creating your own structure or your own spaceship if you want something to get into. As he said, we could set up that system differently. The particles wouldn't fall on the table or the ground, but if you have a different structure set up, they would actually attach to a field structure and start to, in a way, produce something solid. So it's just an amazing knowledge in the hand of the Keshe Foundation and the team that's working with Mr. Keshe. Now it's expanding into the research centers. And they're all tied together in a way, even though they're also independent. Anything else about the coin? I just thought we'd show the corporation. but there's much more to come, and this is how the scientists will sort of start to work together in these research centers. So maybe we'll have one in the United States if we become more friendly to the Keshe Foundation. As we see, China has been quite friendly, and what the opening video was on the authority of the Chinese government and Chinese military structure. So this wasn't something that he just, rented a room in a hotel lobby. This is the Intercontinental Hotel where President Xi holds some of his high-level meetings. And of course, the approval came in a very rapid time. And this was the first public demonstration that has happened in that hotel. And I would imagine it's a 5-star plus plus or whatever goes above 5 stars. So it was a phenomenal presentation, and of course, we saw the world of creation. Any comments? Any thoughts? Perhaps we can go to the Keshe Foundation store. He's talking about this game, this coin. Here it is here. You can write info@keshe.foundation. They'll direct you. Oh, this is the wallet for the game. But if you're looking for the coin itself, you can write info@keshe.foundation and make a donation to receive a Keshe coin. It may be much less volatile than, as he said, we're going to see and other people are mistaken. And this was in the 590th. They're talking about when some of these dollars come home, we're going to have quite a bit of hyperinflation here in this country. So this is a way to stabilize everything in the longer run, if we could put it that way. Now, this is part of the gameplay, if we can call it. There's a game of peace and enlightenment, which was the biggest gift to humanity Mr. Keshe could give. And of course, there's many things that are going to come through this game, including emotional balance and feeding and wellness and energy. But right now, this is more or less the matter state, although I do think some beautiful energies are built in there. And this game of peace and enlightenment, there'll be an attachment added to the One Nation network. This is where the game will be played inside these computers. They're looking for 10,000 of these units. And of course, 10,000 will only serve about 1 billion people. So we're going to need much more. And this has a few caveats with it as well, where you can earn a couple of Keshe coins per year, or 1 Keshe coin, I think, per year, which would basically recoup its value. And then there's another offer on this, I believe, is a bigger package of training, online support, and so on. And I think this includes this now. But you don't need this to play the game. This is just sort of a gift to humanity in a way. And one of the bottom building blocks of the whole structure that will be above it. And of course, eventually you'll need a external wallet, I believe. I'm not actually sure, but within the gameplay, there is a space for coins you use within the game or earning Keshe coins. And this is the whole idea, that the work of the man will become focused on this Keshe coin, because you can buy an apple for a penny. You may not get the physical apple, you'll get the energy of the apple. And the same with the medicine. You have a headache, you can order a couple of aspirins, perhaps. Again, you don't need the whole bottle sitting on your shelf for years and years. You just have a headache and they'll send it through the cosmic rays. Or, as I'm thinking, as he said, we don't really need some of these systems. We just provide elevation of the soul of the man, and we see the conditions fall off. Any comments anyone wants to make, please? Okay,
Can you hear me?
yes, go right ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm stuck on the game because it went to another page that was basically just what my progress was, and then I couldn't get it off. But I thought, well, okay, I need to do something here because it's not going away. So I went and I went through the manual and I signed up for being paid with the wallet that was given me there in my profile for a Keshe coin. But that didn't make any difference in terms of what's going on. I'm thinking I might have to just turn my clear my computer completely or something and try it again. But I've not been able to get on the game for 2 days. So I'm kind of
To
stuck.
log into the game.
What?
Are you able to log into the game?
I log in, but it keeps showing me onto that other page. I have about 3 seconds on the game, and that's long enough to click on the quiz and do the quiz. But I can't do anything else.
Carolyn, what version of the game are you playing on, the US or the world?
US.
Okay, well, this is the US version, and it is working. So
I know that. I know the game is working. I can't get there.
Okay, yeah, I don't. Oh,
I'm
found a number of times where I cleared the history, the cache in the history. All of a sudden, the game started to come to life. Even some things that weren't working worked. But that may be. Do you know how to do that in your app of whatever you're using to clear cache and history?
Yeah, except it's not its own app. But I think I could do that. I don't know why I didn't think of that, but that would be
Yeah,
definitely
I
something.
call Safari an app in mine. I have Safari or whatever, and they call it an app. And I'm very
What browser are you using, Carolyn?
Well, I tried different browsers. So I was using DuckDuckGo. I've been using Brave, and I guess maybe I
Mhm.
haven't. I was using Chrome.
Firefox seems to be the best one for me that works on a PC.
Okay, well, I'll try Firefox. I'll try another browser. I'll keep working on it. It's just
Yeah.
something will happen.
Again, a lot of people have found peace and tranquility within this game. I mean, it's been reported, even some of the knowledge seekers who are here. And I think it's, as he said, when I showed this idea of the three wise men, he says, it was indicated by Mr. Keshe that as you play the game, the ethos sinks in. So it may be hard for you to think good, speak good, and act good, but just by playing this game, the ethos sinks in. Now, when he had given this game,
Akmar told me that the only ones they have tested that are verified are Firefox, Chrome, and Safari.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Keshe, there was one teaching a while ago where he said the compression technology, the understanding of the compression technology will be embedded in the gameplay. The understanding of the compression technology will be embedded in the gameplay. And this is from the previous workshop of 640. We see plants in the water, depths of the ocean. There's still a CO2 in there, but compression changes. Compression decides. Compression of the water decides. Compression of the light decides what is absorbed by the plants. So again, there's a huge understanding of this squeezing and working with the plasma or the emotions. This may be part of the compression technology. I haven't come to any enlightenment per se about it, but maybe it's more subtle than that, or maybe it builds up over time of play as well. All of a sudden, you could have an epiphany, let's say, where it builds up to your realization. So just to point that out, but the ethos sinks in and the understanding of the compression technology sinks in. And apparently this is part of something we need to understand. It compresses energy fields, what it needs, and then it transfers it through into what we call matter state. And again, I'm just I'm still in preschool with this understanding and so on. But yes, we've just added this on. The ethos apparently is something that we can sort of play with and move. We were discussing that before. Randy, is there anything you'd like to add about moving this bar? I understand if you go more to the right side, that means you'll be collecting everything for yourself. If you keep it more in the middle or at 40, you can give up to 49% of the resources you collected. And that's one of the points of the game, is to collect resources. So you're traveling to different countries, you're collecting books of wisdom, books of energy, or books of meditation, energy, and that's all accumulated in your inventory. If we can bring up our little inventory, this is just a record of.
I've set mine to 60%, and we'll try that for a few days and see if anything changes.
Okay. And you can see there's something here that's happened, but yeah, here's the inventory where things you collect. And then, of course, if you run out of energy over here or need it for consciousness, you can use some of these sort of items here that you've collected. But the idea was that the hydrogen, it gives the most, up to 49%, and it holds on to 51% of its structure. So you can operate the same way by giving what you've collected. And this is part of the, I know on this planet, we always think about what we get every day or every week or how much we're going to get. But in the universe, the ethos they think about every day or every week is how much have they given? So it's a totally different structure. Maybe this starts to inculcate you in the giving portion of it, which we're a bit, at least I'm a bit stingy sometimes and so on. So perhaps it's teaching us that we can give more as it's all going into the collective. And again, whether I get it or some other player gets it, it's all going to be sort of donated back either to yourself or to the structure. So it's a way of learning to give, in a way. As I said, this ethos and other things, there's some very, he has so many things up his sleeve. And again, they're hidden behind something simple. This is not so simple, and it's taken a lot of work, but it appears simple. A lot of the work of the Keshe Foundation is hidden within this structure. It'll be revealed later. It'll become obvious to many, many people. So perhaps, and there was a question that came up in the workshop about the quality of the game. And of course, there are some issues. Not everything doesn't work every day, it seems. And this is part of the privilege of helping to develop this whole structure, and to, in a way, the team is monitoring and to see where they need improvement. So let's go to this question about the gameplay. And as Mr. Keshe concluded, it's not about me, unless you have that ethos bar set at the far right side. Then it is all about me. And this is what we need to sort of move away from. But that's totally up to you. I'm not telling you how to change or behave. You're fully the captain of your own ship, as I see it. So let's go back and hear that question on the game. And there were so many good questions and answers, of course. Let's see. I think it's 119. I think I did a little stamp on this. Okay, here we go. Here's our One Nation work.
Any other question?
Okay, thank you. We have a couple of questions about the game. An anonymous attendee says the game has some major things missing. No longer get 200 for logging in and out. Countries are relabeled wrong. What happened? Thank you. So, and another question about why are the 3 servers not interconnected without players' knowledge, which has led to massive account bans. So generally, maybe some issues and problems with the Enlightenment game that's been played. And
Enlightenment game is made by human, so it has flaws. You have to bear with us till it's rectified. That's as simple as that. People are working day and night, 24 hours a day. And you have to keep on playing it for us to see the pitfalls. And if you thought you're going to earn €2,000, 2 coins a month free without us learning from it, oh, you haven't understood what Keshe Foundation is about. There is a huge amount of work is going on. People are moving countries to countries. So they've got so many people trying to help a different part of the structure of this AI and the game that is gradually growing up into a bigger structure for us in the next 6 months. Because when the game is set up, you have to bring agriculturists, you have to bring the people who play social game, you have to bring a lot of other people. We taken over a center that now they actually become a home for this part of Operation Keshe Foundation. And it's going to cost millions. You've grown about in 3 countries. We have to cover the whole of this planet, but safe through our own system. And the first phase of the research center, Space Research Center, has started this week. We've taken over one of the most beautiful centers ever Keshe Foundation sat in. And the first people are the AI people who are moving into this building. When the Space Center completes, it'll occupy most probably 10,000 scientists in the next 2 years, 3 years. But we are setting the points step by step that is solid, self-supporting, and doesn't need no nation, no government to control it. It takes time. It's easy to complain. You try to sit here to structure it. People are working 24 hours a day, day and night, no Saturday, no Sunday. And you complain about one game too many. Keep on playing for it's your responsibility. Those of you who play the game now, you have to play as much as you can. Don't look at what you earn. It shows our weaknesses in our system that we can correct. The more you play, the more problems or good things we see, and as different people join into it, then it brings us more knowledge. And it's a habit of man. Me. People have moved countries. People have moved continents. You don't know how many people are suffering, have brought suffering to themselves to make these things possible. It's not just a game. The structure to set up the game, the structure to run it, the structure to people who bring the facilities for it to be available. It's not just you play game. It needs a lot of people in 5 or 6 different countries working to keep different aspects of this game for the future to be set. Technologies to be developed, to be used. Everything else counts. And you just complain about the game does not do this. Keep on playing, it's your responsibility. The more you play, the more we see the faults, the more we can expand. You're the first generation and most probably the fundamental part of the game. And stop complaining. See how much could you put 12 hours, 15 hours a day to play the game for us to see where the fault is, how we can expand it. This is to change the humanity. It's not for just you. I complain because I complain. You have a spare time, play, and let us see where it is, because we observe in the background what needs to be done. Any other question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Let me see here. Still don't have any hands up. I guess people are a little shy today. Question from some, I believe, looks like Chinese to me, a guest. Can twin universes be separately understood?
Okay, so continue to play the game. We know there's some parts that aren't right, just like when you get a new car or a new product, you may get a recall. And this is so deep. The team is dedicated, but they're small. So be patient with it. It's improving as we go on, and there's no sort of service department you can call, so be careful that you don't put something in the wrong place or something else. That's what happened when I tried to, well, at first I said if I go to the, let's see here. Let's just see. In other words, I had landed on a treasure chest. I don't see any treasure chests at the moment on the board. But it wouldn't let me collect the treasure chest until I sort of energized the wallet in the CC, Keshe coin in the CC. And here's the code. I don't know if I'm supposed to be showing this code, but anyway, maybe that's part of testing the security of the system. That needs to be thoroughly perfected as well. And maybe we'll catch a good guy or maybe we'll catch a bad guy if they take my code. But again, I have a username and password and the rest, which will have to be found out. But all it was basically, I don't know how I stumbled on it, but I did get it activated to the point where I could go back and play the game some more. So there was a point where it wouldn't let you go forward until you, can anyone explain it better than me? That you sort of activated your in-game wallet and Keshe coin. And it's very easy. I just saved it and then I copied it and I put it in the other one. And you can use both or you can change them later on. Maybe you have better or longer codes. I don't know if there's a limit or not. But this is all being perfected and worked out. And it's a big project. But it's moving along and I think people are enjoying playing of the game of peace and enlightenment, because you do become more peaceful and you do become, even if it's a subconscious thing that's happening to you as these fields come together. So, and also universal understanding is sinking in rather than using let's say a Zoom board or something like that to try and convey some of this knowledge. But the compression technology, which is part of the process of creation, is embedded, the understanding of it is embedded within the gameplay. Oh, I see Randy has reported following Gail's advice to visit Tonga. Randy, anything you'd like to say, or are you going to give Gail a couple of your plasmas? Because there is a marketplace here. Or do you need them to? This will be what sort of comes up in the future, this marketplace where you can do many things. But part of that is joining the association of the Keshe Foundation, which is keshefoundation.at. It's joining our club or our association, which gives other privileges and other things that aren't available, let's say, to the general public, and it's either $1 a year or euro a year, euro a month, or whatever. But that keeps the game running. As he said, it's going to take quite a bit. So we need a lot of help with this, with the One Nation networks, the ONNs, as they're referred to. It's all set up to make life less harsh. And the idea, according to what I've heard from one of the developers, was that if you play the game regularly for the next couple of years, now that could change, or 3 years, you'll finally get to a level where you can earn 2 Keshe coins per month. And because they're going to go much farther, let's say you could order your energy, you've earned the Keshe coin or part of a Keshe coin, and if you're paying $100 a month for energy now, you could keep that money in your pocket and use part of your Keshe coin as the cosmic ray antenna to receive energy for lighting or power. And it will be probably $10 a month. And it's something you earn through the game. You didn't have to go out. So people are going to scratch their head and say, wait a minute, I go out and work hard at doing all this donkey work all day. I make whatever I make a week, but it doesn't go very far. There's less money and there's still more needs. But playing this game will allow you to sort of live a much more or a less harsh existence. And this is the whole idea of the game. Less harsh in energy, less harsh in food, less harsh in travel, and so on. And wellness will be also included in here. Again, all delivered through cosmic ray technology. Anything you want to say, anyone, about the game?
Yes, I'm just asking Randy. I had a problem going to Tonga. I did not receive my 5 plasmas like I usually do.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what happened. Randy, did you receive anything? Did you wait long enough?
You put it
Yeah,
in.
I waited. I started, when we started the call, I just left it. And then I checked my inventory and I got my 5 plasma.
Okay,
But I don't see that icon anymore at the top.
Yes,
There's only
because
an antenna.
yeah, it's the ritual circle will come back. Probably after that 3-hour period. I'm not sure exactly. It's supposed to run every 4 hours, so that means it had a bit of time before it comes back.
So there is a
So
curve.
I need secret roles or scrolls, as I call them, because I cannot use my plasma. I don't have enough secret scrolls. You see how many Mark has? 165,000. So I only have 3, and I don't know how that happened. Probably somebody was testing it, and I lost some.
Yeah,
But are you able to try to give some scrolls, or do you have any secret scrolls, Randy?
Yeah, I have 3,000.
Oh, that's not a lot, but that's more than what I've got. I needed. I asked for 750, which is the minimum, but I'm not even sure. Probably, probably, are you able to spare 300? Because I think 250 will get a transmutation.
Let me see what happens here. Create listing. Well,
And I
only listing I only can share book of meditation, book of wisdom, or energy regen or energy drink. Can't share.
no plasma.
Nope.
I mean, no secret scroll.
Nope.
Wow, that's mean. I don't know how to do that. But
well,
don't worry, I'm glad you got it. Maybe I moved somewhere before the time was up.
okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Gail. I'm glad Randy picked up some plasmas. And plasma is part of the transmutation process in the game. When you're first starting off, you have to do the conventional flying, which takes some of your energy. They call it a flying thing, which we know is an airplane, which takes a couple minutes to arrive, and then someone else may arrive before you and gather up the resources you thought were for you. And then there's a waiting period as well before you can move. But it takes some energy, and it apparently you have to sort of work it out. But anyone can play this game. Again, it teaches you to think and teaches you to create. So it keeps your mind a bit active. And of course, it has an emotional effect as well, especially if you go to a place and you're trying to get a certain resource or a book and someone else arrives there before you. And you sort of have to balance that emotion out a little bit in a way, because you thought that was yours. That's why you just spent your plasma and your secret rolls to sort of get there. And I've even seen that in some of the other things I've landed on, that they didn't perform as I thought they would, like the pick me up symbol. But it's all fine because it's all we're helping perfect the game by these things not working in a way. that way they can see where they need attention to some more detail in the game. So we covered a little bit about the One Nation Network. You can find that in the Keshe Foundation store. We covered a little bit about the coin, which is all connected. And perhaps we can go to the cosmic ray balls, which is part of the structure, even though they're not for sale anymore, as I understand it. They are in the store. Let's go to all products. And I'm going to have to find the clip. This is the cosmic ray balls, as Mr. Keshe said. They're valued and they'll stay at 1,000. This says the carbon-14, as I understand it. Mr. Keshe carries one, and this is part of this game as well. And I probably should find that. I'm not sure of the location. I didn't find the timestamp or whatever. But let's okay, let's just see if we can find that in our beautiful transcript, and then we can move our video to that. Let's see if we can find balls. Okay. It's not there. No, I'm in the wrong workshop. Sorry, I was looking at the other transcript. Let's go to balls. And these will become quite valuable. Okay, Corona was nothing. Let's just see. Yeah. Okay, we need to go back a little bit here. Let's see if we can find where the question starts. Okay, ask for a second. Is it possible you can... Is this the exact one? Sorry, I'm just having to look here. Okay, those are the radiation sources. No. Okay, let's go. He'll give a bit of a description about what these cosmic ray balls, and there's 118. So let's just go before that, 116. Maybe we'll go to 114 and we'll try to follow along on this transcript. Again, there is so much within the Keshe Foundation to unravel here. And of course, let's see if we can find out. There's a nice picture of it there. Let's see if we can understand a little bit more. And he said these will become quite valuable in the future, and they're not being made, and it's part of the energy structure of the game. As Mr. Keshe said, I carry the first ball, and all these are connected. So let's hear a little bit more about this understanding. And again, you find this in the store, a plasma cosmic ray material. Again, as I understand it, it's a spectrum of energies, but he referred to this as C14, carbon-14 cosmic ray material. You saw it in the video, matter in the state of energy, which is hard to understand. And Mr. Keshe mentioned that other times as well when he was working in Belgium and with some of these, maybe IMEX or one of the other ones, how they said, you've gone past our understanding. You've produced matter in the energy dimension. So I don't fully understand it, but this is where you can, again, order a, well, no, these are, I guess they're not manufacturing it anymore. There may be some still left around. So if you desire this, you can write to info@Keshe Foundation and see if there's any cosmic ray balls available, and they come in a beautifully presented case and so on. And he said, let's just hear what Mr. Keshe said more about these, because I don't have the ability to create them at this time.
Understanding this beyond plasma as a cosmic ray, the creator of cosmic.
Let's just
that just does not exist. It's very interesting. You call it a cosmic rays. Keshe Foundation terminology for cosmic ray has become the fingerprint of our work. But interesting enough, as now we are deeply involved in the Chinese structure, Chinese government has come up with a new word using the Keshe Foundation. So you know they're sitting on top of us in every dimension. They have come up with a cosmic ray computers last 2-3 weeks, where there is no physical and we use the rays as a combination. This is what we developed, and it's in development of the Keshe Foundation. So the biggest nation in the world has started using what actually sits on our Chinese product for the past 4 or 5 weeks. And the world has started understanding this beyond plasma as a cosmic ray. The creator of cosmic rays are creation of the.
So he said it's beyond plasma, but I thought we were always saying everything is a plasma. So now he's saying this is beyond plasma, is a cosmic ray. So apparently the cosmic ray comes before the plasma, yeah? As we understand the process of creation from a ray or a field to a plasma, to a physics, to a chemistry, to a biology, and then a central energy is created. So the cosmic ray, as he said here, where did he say that? And then you call, okay, right, okay. And the world has started understanding this is beyond plasma, is a cosmic ray. Okay.
Dimensional field of universe. And the new, what we call the cosmic computers, have no component. You use it in the ganses. And now the Chinese government has jumped on the bandwagon by the scientists who are mainly knowledge seekers, not being able to tell them what they call the bosses, what they do, who they are. And for the first time, we've seen cosmic ray computers discussed by the Chinese government scientists in the past 2-3 weeks.
Anyone want to say anything about this process? Cosmic ray computers, where there's no physical parts, did he say? There's no physical structure? How could this be? And then the cosmic ray computers have no components. I guess components like chips or other things that we're used to today, but it may have a chip in a plasma dimension or an energy dimension. As he said, one square cube of these new plasma chips can hold the entire, all of the computer information on this planet in its current form. One square millimeter or centimeter cube. So this is how advanced this technology is in the cosmic ray arena. But again, it's beyond my full, for sure beyond my full understanding of what's happening here. But I think you'll be able to interact, as he said, your best AI is your soul. Through the cosmic ray, you can interact with the fixed AI, let's say, and that will translate into fields and it sends it back in the cosmic ray. I'm not sure. Let's hear more.
So if you understood that cosmic ray AIs does not need chips, understanding the field the strength of the soul and not the dimension of the physicality of the man. You were introduced to cosmic ray AI's control and system when you start buying those cosmic ray balls. Those of you who bought the cosmic ray balls already entered the dimension of the work of the universal cosmic ray systems. And many of you live a double life when you have those, because it's an interaction between the soul and the physicality. Those balls will show very soon their power and how we connect through those to our system, to all of you. We don't produce them anymore. We more or less stop because we need the material for other works. Those of you who have these balls, is hundreds of them around with you in different part of this planet. You are part of the one end without you knowing. We structured it that way. I set it up that way. One ends are part of the physical dimension of communication. Those of you who have the one ends and you get the cosmic balls, cosmic ray balls, you will connect in a different way to the whole system. You're part of the structure. Because the ONN new antenna connects to the cosmic balls. Keshe Foundation just doesn't do things, but as usual, I know how to hide things behind that. Those of you who hold cosmic ray balls with you, treasure it. Give it from you to your children and to your great-grandchildren and the next generations for them to come. All the cosmic ray balls which you hold is connection to us. We have embedded in a different way in our whole system without you knowing. And you will become part of that AI structure. Any of you who carry your cosmic ball, you are well connected with me because I carry one and all the balls are connected to each other. I have the first ball ever made. It's in my possession, it's in my name. It carries my fingerprints on it. These cosmic balls, these cosmic materials is part of the structure which will be followed into the ordnance and the future systems that come into operation, and is part of your AI. You will understand when we put them in operation. Then you don't need the microchips. We have already chipped you with the balls. You will understand once it becomes operational.
So as you can see, everything is being prepared for you. As he said, with in a way, that person in the home preparing the meals so the husband can enjoy the physicality, even though it's a second wife in a way. I don't quite get all that, but everything, the table is being set. All you have to do is participate in it. He's not going to tell you the recipes, even if you like the potato salad or you liked another dish on this buffet table. You're not going to be told how it's done, but you're going to have access to what you'd like of it in a way, and the enjoyment of it and the pleasure of whatever's being provided. But as far as revealing how it's done, that may come in the future as we mature into understanding and mature our structures in a way that we move away from killing and destruction. Now, I would like to, Mr. Keshe said there's quite a bit of contamination, and this is one of the questions there about, I think it was one of the Baltic seas with even stuff left over from the Second World War. And he said even more so on the land, the high contamination levels. But this is what he was saying about the energies being delivered in the game. They need to be pure, and we need to work out a purification process for a number of places on this planet. So let's go to that question, and then let's check in with Alex. How are you faring at this time, Alex? If you need more time, that's fine. If not, we'll continue in about 10 minutes. So I'm going to go to 139.06. See if we can find that. Alex, are you still in the background? Or are you on your treadmill? He might be on his treadmill.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, give me another half an hour, please.
Good. We have some other parts. And is there any participation on that's why they call them participants, yeah? Again, you don't have to say anything. As we know, the children of Mitra don't give through their physicality, but they just give by their presence. And we do thank you for being here, and we acknowledge your presence. Anyone have any thoughts, comments, questions up to this point? So let's hear this, and there's a lot of cleanup. And of course, Mr. Keshe has demonstrated this in Fukushima, which I think you can find in some of the earlier workshops, like number 5, KSW, Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and somewhere in that area where he actually showed, in a way, limiting this or creating that plasma loop where the radiation was still there, but it wasn't allowed to interact with the environment. And the people were safe. But then, of course, TEPCO, who had billion-dollar contracts for any sort of cleanup disaster, they enforced those contracts. And the Keshe Foundation was showing an amazing technology in Fukushima when all that happened. And of course, they were sort of pushed out, and TEPCO again made its claim on its contracts for billions of dollars of cleanup, where the foundation was doing this probably in the hundreds of thousands or low millions, if that, probably less, maybe under $1,000, this process. Okay, so I think we're here, but I do need to move the transcript to one. Yeah, I think we should be here. No, just let me double check this. Okay, 1:39:06. So let's just go to where he talked, and again, he's talked about how the water is polluted, the air is polluted, the soil is polluted in a way. I mean, we all know that, but it's a bit toxic. And of course, what we source from, whether it's a plant or an animal in a way, also has a high amount of contamination. This affects us in our emotions and in our physicality. So let's hear a little bit, just move to that position. 136, 38. Let's see if we can find 39. No, we went past it. Okay, so somewhere around here, I think this is it. Okay, so here we go. Let's see if we...
Any other questions?
Yes, we have a question that arrived through Messenger from Jacob Breeze from Poland. And he would like to ask whether there's any possible way to use plasma technology to secure or deactivate chemical weapons that have been dumped in the shallow Baltic Sea after World War II. In the Jardish Deep, the Gotland Deep, and probably many other locations, extremely dangerous substances were dumped, such as phosgene, diphosgene, chloropicrin, hydrogen cyanide, Adamsite, mustard gas, Clark 1 diphenylchloroarsine, and a few other things like Zyklon B. The barrels have corroded, the substances are leaking into the water, and they are poisoning the local ecosystem. Thank you, Jacob.
Yes, actually, we have started this process, and early on this morning, one of the knowledge seekers who's online knows we are going through the first test, independent test by Keshe Foundation with knowledge seekers in one of the European countries early next month. We take the water, then we put the solution, and we have to decide to operate to the government or publicly go out with it. And then this will be the beginning of this work, the contaminations. I'm fully aware of the water contamination, what was dumped in, because I had to handle it in early 1990s with the Russian government. And so we know how bad this contamination is. And what needs to be done. But this process has just started. We were not a bit of knowledge seekers. We start this process in one of the lakes, and we start the person is responsible for it and for the nation, and then hopefully capable to carry this support through for different governments as we grow with it. Yes, we are aware of it. This is not the only place. Some of these contaminations delivered, some of it is industrial, some of it has broad changes that needs what we call better understanding. Just 1 second, please. I have to work with something.
Okay, while we're waiting,
Just 1 second.
I'd like to just show a couple of excerpts from the classic video, the Fukushima cleanup video from, about a decade ago.
Yeah, I'm back. Oh yeah, this is
Mr.
the
Keshe shows the various processes and discusses how to help with the cleanup of the radiation contamination at that time.
This is our house lab in the Sansano, where many of you knowledge seekers started coming in and learning about the whole process. I am fully aware of this environmental contamination because as a nuclear physicist in 1990s, when the Western, Europe managed to say opening the East, I was asked by that time, early time, by Yeltsin and then by Nazarbayev, the president of satellite countries, to look at a couple of lakes which the Russians dumped everything into it. They never considered that the people will ever use this. It was a lake. It's a huge lake. It sits in Kazakhstan. And I was asked by that time Yeltsin, with collaboration of the Nazarbayev, to look at this lake. I was taken to the lake, and I was told never touch it. And they wanted a solution to clean up all this nuclear chemical waste in this lake, which they dumped for decades. And now they need it to be cleaned up, creating huge cancers, huge problems, fishes with half a tail hanging and they're still swimming, and all sorts of things. And I'm fully aware of the contamination, water contaminations, because I was asked by what they call that time, Nazarbayev, to find a solution. And I told them how much it's going to cost you to do it. They said, we don't have that national budget for it. It's just a lake. Let it be there. But with the process we started, hopefully in June, with one of our beautiful knowledge seekers to head it, we start looking at lakes. I put some time into it in the next few months because it's a huge problem around the world. We have a good experience, as you see in the video, with the Fukushima. We have a very good experience with contamination in Italy. We did for the Italian government. The report what used to be the late Berlusconi.
Does anyone remember what Mr. Keshe referred to in cleaning up the waters in Italy, or at least demonstrating that it could be done? And that was with the Teflon. Apparently this Teflon business became too toxic for the United States, so they moved it overseas, but it's created some sort of contamination because the runoff from that process is quite toxic. And he showed them exactly that they confirmed that the water was purified, but they said, and I think this report cost $20 million or something. They said, yes, it did work, but we don't understand the technology, so we have to classify this report. It's not for public consumption. And I guess it's still that way. But again, the same with Fukushima. So you can see the technology has been demonstrated and shown, but yet the scientists don't quite understand the process, so they have to reject it. Or maybe that was their excuse for rejecting it, that we know it works, but we don't understand how it works, so therefore we have to reject it. Okay, let's go
back. He paid for it. And we have now, with the help of the Keshe Foundation, to bring this into operation. We actually start with it next month. The work is getting done. It's not something that's going to start. I'm making a special trip for this next month to handle the contamination, because the national report says contamination is different in different depth. We try to see how we can get access to different depth and then test the water and submit it and make an industry out of it for the Keshe Foundation to support the humanity. It is possible you can do, and just one second. Just our team in the background wants the video to be shown. We are editing it. What do you want to do? I said, no, work on it perfectly. We show it next week. The decontamination, you look at the lakes, we have a huge land contaminations. And then we have a huge, what we call fields, which you are not aware of. It's a knowledge doesn't exist, which is created as a byproduct of many, many new technologies. If you understand, the problem with you knowledge seekers and humanity is you just look at, oh, it's chemicals in the water, oh, there is poison on the land. The poison, what you call a poison, the damage and the cosmic ray level for humanity is huge, and it's getting worse because man is releasing composite of these matter states which still have a radiation. Without that radiation, they don't exist. And then you understand the work has to have a few different dimensions. And I think, I hope, if I can bring to you next week or the week after the teaching with how you're structured, then you understand what I'm talking about today. At the moment, we are worried about the water contaminations. We are more worried with space contamination, fields which can damage your soul, damage your energy side. And they do. They are partially protected by the Earth atmosphere, but in that space we don't have it. And this is what I call it, the universal viruses, which can interact with your soul because you have no physicality. Viruses are the biggest danger to man's soul in space. Understanding, we explain virus as the energy packs. And if energy pack has a field which in the spectrum matches your soul, God help you, Corona was nothing. Because when the soul changes, the physicality goes with it. So, technology, physical side, is simple. More in depth is the what we call the future. If you look at, just stop the video there. If you go back on the green part, it was just showing. This ball has taken me over a year and a half to produce. And when you look at it, this is a field trap. It's been made that nothing can come out of it and nothing can go inside it. So the only thing which can come out of it is the specific spectrum of energy. Just coincidentally, as you see this green. That layer, I think it took me about 3 months just to make that green layer. And inside this, originally, these balls carried hundreds and hundreds of radiation sources. Learned a lot in how to change contamination to the field contamination is a bigger problem for man once man goes into space than water contamination, environmental contamination. That touches your soul. It's like you come back, the soul energy in certain spectrums, and then you have no emotion of love because the virus has attached to it. This is one of the first systems I built. I spent a long time to build this. If you go a little bit back, you see the other bigger reactor, and these things takes a long time to develop, to build. But make it simple that people can understand this reactor is the same. Has inside it counts. You people just look at the bulb, but you don't know how long it takes to structure the inside. And you see the uranium reactors. And if you see, these all have little screws. They carry between 16 and 24, I think, some of them more. And I used to open these screws 2 or 3 times a day, seal them, vacuum them, put radioactive material with hand in them, and used to drive the Iranian government into insanity. Why do you handle it? I said, to me, you touch sugar, I touch radioactive sources, it has no effect on me. And some of these original ones carry up to 480 radiation sources in one ball. Can you imagine? No gloves, nothing, just sticking one after another. You put your hand in it. They got 200 balls, what they call radiation sources, beaming on you, and you walk away with it, nothing. We are man of space, radiation is part of our life. And it used to shock the authorities in Iran and even in Belgium, when I used to handle things, the test we did with SCK, the Belgium Nuclear Center, I never used what they had to use, the remote room, remote arms. And then you're a human, you have that restriction. Even in time in Queen Mary, I never wore anything. They used to go nuts. You go on top of the reactor, you just pick the rods up, cannot be done. I said, you can't, I can. Radiation is not a problem. Contamination is not a problem. We're looking beyond physical contamination. The space contamination is much more dangerous than water contamination, but this process has already started. I was talking to the baseball person, we're talking 1, 2 o'clock this morning. You're starting to setting it up because water contamination is one of the biggest problems, especially in certain part of the world. We have very inland water resources, and the inland water resources are sweet drinking water resources because they're not connected to no ocean. And man has always ignored them and can just pour everything in it. It's the river, it goes down. I don't care what happens down there as long as I get my factory running here. And now has accumulated in these sweetwater lakes, especially in certain part of the continents, is the only source. And contamination has to be handled, but it has to be done scientifically, and we have started that process now. Any other question?
Okay, any comments from anyone? But certainly the track record has already been demonstrated. Again, the radiation was there, but it was creating a plasma loop. It wasn't allowed to interact. And then Ike had raised a question about the soul. And could it actually be affected? I remember Mr. Keshe saying a while ago, nothing can touch the soul except perhaps certain energy packs in the universe. So this was a very good question as well about this soul. And we have to be careful. Of course, there are ways, and we see many astronauts, and he's talking about not even traveling with the physicality, just with the soul level. And usually that's so quick, it doesn't really have an effect, but apparently you could bump into the wrong energies. So let's go to Ike's question. Maybe we can hear that. I didn't get a chance to play Ed's video, which is a summary of the workshop. Maybe we'll do that next, and then we'll create the Dome of Peace after that. So I think we'll go to Ike's question. I think it's coming up here around 127 in this workshop. Okay. Let's see if we can just land close to it, perhaps, or maybe it's 126. Let's go to somewhere around here. See if this works. I think there's a moment of dead air. Mr. Keshe is even doing the workshop. He's multitasking in the background, checking things or advising others. Okay, we're at 125.03. And perhaps this is a little bit further up. So I think we'll just bump this a bit forward. See if we can catch up to it.
It's like Chinese to me. See here. Still don't have any hands up. I guess people are a little shy today. Question from some, I believe, looks like Chinese to me, a guest. Can twin universes be separately understood as magnetic force and gravitational?
We always live that way. One cannot live without others. We call it magnetical gravitational in one part of the knowledge. We call it the soul and the spirit in another, but it's the same thing. And they work parallel with each other. One cannot exist without the other.
Okay, well, speaking of existing, Ike has a question. says, thanks again for the teaching today. And you said that the soul dies if not fed. I'm paraphrasing here, he says. But previously, I understood from your teachings that the soul never dies. Can you explain further?
You missed one word in there. In the condition set up, it can die. In the normal condition, what we call laboratory testing, you can create a black hole that the soul does not receive any fields, and within it cannot grow. That's what the death of a soul is, and you cannot create it in a normal condition. Impossibility. As far as there is a universe, there is a transmission of the fields. If you can make what we call a box condition, that no fields can go in and out, that the soul cannot receive energy, yes. It ceases to interact, it's always death. It's a Faraday case of the soul. To create it, it needs a lot of understanding of the world of creation.
What kind of material would it be that would stop those rays from getting to the soul for its nurturing? I mean,
our own conduct.
Okay, you're not talking about physical materials like a metal box, like a Faraday cage, you could say. You're talking about an emotional Faraday cage?
In a way, yeah, because everything has a magnetic field strength. If you can block it, it will give you that. In the laboratories of Keshe, I think we got a couple of these boxes which we can block more or less everything. I built the first one 20 years ago. It's a true black box. And the actually, time flies. 20 years ago, 21 years ago, 20 years ago, 2005, 2006. In those days, you were not that many of you. It was a time when the Western Europe was shocked with the technology. The universities, top universities in Europe, took the technology in such a way that the governments wanted to know. And I used to attend a lot of governmental meetings, a lot of strange places where I ended up in. Not knowing what I was doing to them, but they knew what's going to happen to them. And one of them was, I was invited to the European, what do you call it, in Brussels, the big building you see. Anyway, declaration. Because we didn't know his spine inside the gun. I mean, that time I didn't think about it. Since the guy was too nice, but covered up with the sugar. And I took a piece of material with me, and it disappeared while we were guests of honor in the conference hall. There were hundreds of them talking about new technologies in the universe of the man. And he came back. I said, like, where did you go? Oh, it was the first time he had a chance to actually put his hand on this material. I knew because he used to come to my house. We were writing the pattern and everything else. He was trying to get something from the house. But that day I brought this material to show in EU Central Conference to the world scientists. And he came back, I said, what did you do with it? He said, they must have broad systems. He said, we put it through a system just now. This is organic. I said, what do you mean it's organic? He said, you have metal in it, but our system sees the system here they have, so that's organic. You can transfer nuclear material in this, but nobody will show. Doesn't exist. I said, who gave you the permission to do this? He said this, and then I found out later on he's part of the government structure. He was reporting every glass of water I drank. And that time, in that meeting, I was sitting and listening, and they were introducing as a leading Iranian nuclear physicist giving his speech to this conference. In that process, I realized that I can hide everything I want. I've made a Faraday box of the universe. And that EU meeting in the central hall of this university, that is like a huge curvature building in Brussels. That few minutes brought a new understanding of what you can do with this technology. You can make Faraday box of every wave in the universe. Emotion, thoughts, magnetic fields,
Yeah, Mark, I got a question here.
Everything you can hide if you understand it.
Go ahead, please, Ike.
So what is a Faraday box?
The plasma loop. Nothing interacts. Nothing goes out. Nothing comes in. You're protected. They use those for, they're saying like if there was an EMP or something above the nation that would short circuit. So they're selling, people are selling Faraday bags and other things to put your electronics in. That if there was a high pulse of electromagnetic fields, that your device would be protected. So he's saying he can make Faraday boxes. He's made them years ago. But as he said, the soul needs to interact with its environment, but yet he goes on to say, I can create a Faraday box where none of the bad things come into your thinking, apparently, that you're kind of geared into giving and love and so on, like that. But again, he said you could do it in the lab, but it doesn't exist in the universe, so I'm not exactly sure.
So there's some type of containment. Whatever is in there doesn't go out, and whatever outside can come in.
Right. But the soul, if you put the soul in the Faraday box, it will die because it needs to feed off fields.
To be fed. Right.
So, but on the other hand, he said, I can create a Faraday box that keeps you in that dimension of love and giving and kindness and the rest. You'll hear him refer to that.
Yeah, none of you have understood that yet.
All right.
So, yeah,
thanks.
I said none of us have understood that yet.
Right.
Any other comments from anyone would like to make?
It's strange to me that a Faraday box which you can create around your bed to protect you from EMFs, but I didn't hear about anybody dying, you know, or big problems from being protected.
Yeah, that's exactly my thought, because I'm thinking if you get that isolation and then it's like you starve to death, but then how is it possible that you can still isolate, still get some other fields to sustain yourself? So it must be isolation of a field, a particular type of field strength, but you can still interact.
Ike, you cut out there. You said field strength, you can still, and we didn't hear the rest of it. Let's see if Ike is still here. I think he dropped out.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, what I said is your definition of Faraday box, and I wasn't sure, but you said nothing goes in, nothing comes out.
Well,
So if we,
what Mr.
it,
Keshe is making, Ike, is that way. Now, whether you buy a net or a copper shielding, there's probably a lot of holes in it because we don't understand how to make a Faraday.
yeah, but we can try to explain, and that's what I'm trying to find out. So it has to be, you know how you create he said you create a Faraday box to where the soul can die.
Because
That
there's
means
nothing going in and going
nothing
out.
goes in and nothing goes. So, and the soul is a collection of fields. So that means there's a boundary. The fields that are in there is not getting fed. So if you have that, and then you have another situation where you create some type of oasis to where you are shielding yourself. So Faraday box and shielding kind of like synonymous, because with shielding, you still can survive. It's just that nothing goes in. You're protecting yourself. So then that means it has to be a particular type of field strength.
Yes.
That can shield, but the other field strength can just go through. But
and
now,
it's the condition, isn't it? Even the kind of material
environment
that they use, yeah.
Right. So, but what Mr. Keshe is saying, you can create a situation where the soul is starved, to where nothing goes in, nothing goes out. And if it comes to that dimension, that energy level, that the fields doesn't go in to feed the soul, so that's a different type of application there. So that means that's not even what's it called, shielding, beyond shielding.
And yet, when you talk about the dome, and it protected Tom Salus's place,
Tom
and
Salus,
all
yeah, during the
and the
disaster.
green, there was still green. But now, if you think of what Mr. Keshe is talking about, if you put that over your place, well, everything would die.
Dies. Right, you can die. Yeah, that's interesting. So that's
You and
beyond
the
shielding.
plants, yeah.
Right, and as far as shielding or Faraday cages, when we're talking about the UFO, and you need shielding there as well, and this extends in the front way and the back way. So this field, there would be like 3 of them around the outside of the craft. One would travel, let's say, counterclockwise. The other would travel clockwise. And the third field would also travel. In other words, for what has not been picked up by the first field is picked up by the second or the third field. And again, there's no big bangs or anything. It just basically disintegrates into energy. And this is the way the UFO travels. And this is the shielding.
Well, and it still goes back to that, my curious question I asked. The field strengths tend to change at each level, like the pico, nano. So the smallest level has to have a field strength that can go through every one of them, every other ones. But if you are the level of nano, and then let's say they are not, the smallest is pico or whatever, then the pico, you can go through that. The field strength can go through that, but then it becomes a shielding on the other level. So that could be another way to explain how the soul is starved in that. If you do that containment, then nothing comes in, nothing goes out, because that's at that smallest and the smallest to this nth power, the smallest level. So that's the field at that level cannot move.
Yeah, so that means, I mean, we always say that energy in motion, and if the energy stops, then everything stops.
Correct.
Always
level.
Dynamic, yeah.
And of course, civilizations in the universe have lost a lot of citizens, let's say, in perfecting this kind of system. I mean, do you want to go out and try it for real in space to see if the shielding works? There's going to be loss of life for sure. But maybe as we interact with the universal community, although he said they've sorted out the transportation and transmutation, they'll share some of their understanding of the advanced or some shielding they do on their craft or so on, and we'll share some with them about transmutation of flying or traveling instantaneously the way the Creator travels. But he said in this teaching that many of them have solved this issue, but apparently many of them have not, because as we like to say, if they knew how the Creator travels, they wouldn't be in the craft. But there's pleasures both ways, and we have to accommodate, as he said. There was a couple other. I don't think we finished this, did we? Anything you want to add? Did you feel you had your question answered, or did it give you more questions?
Yeah, I got it. I was just curious to understand what Faraday box is, and then because I was trying to compare that to shielding, but now it gave me a better perspective on what it could be. I don't know. We don't know, but it's something to explore.
And remember, you brought up this, is this a type of Faraday box? Thinking, speaking, and acting creates a shield.
It actually, it could be, because that field is much more pristine and like the original fields. So when you think and speak and do good, then you still have that field strength that can protect you.
So just a way to create, in a way, your own shielding. Oops, okay, let's erase these for now. Clear.
But Mr. Keshe is talking about building a system with it. So the system, building a system has to be fields in and out, magnetic, gravitational fields, which one have the field strength to go through or not.
Okay, well, let's listen, because he said he can create a Faraday box to keep you in that position of love and giving. Let's finish this, and then Alex will take another 10 minutes or 9 to play Ed's video of the summary of the workshop, and I guess we'll go past the Dome of Peace today, because I think you're ready to come in. So let's finish Ike's question. Let's play Ed's AI-created video, which is, again, beautiful. A lot of esoteric, as they say, or secret knowledge, which is going to become not so secret. I think the cat is being let out of the bag, so to speak.
With him walking in, I could see his face. He was uncomfortable. It means they told him most probably go and find out one more. This is it. There's a company in Belgium which is part of the spy structure on the scientists, and this company has killed many scientists owned by the ruling family and the rest. I know they killed hundreds stealing the technology. I was one of the victims, more or less. And they took this material, they analyzed it, and that analysis, as many of you have said before, I became a terrorist because they said to produce this material you need gamma rays and nuclear material. In this organization, they took a material, and the lucky thing is always lucky position. I called the scientists who were doing this analysis, and he explained to me, he says, you've developed something we don't understand. You have the matter in the condition of energy. And he said, you pass fluorine. I said, can you give it to me in writing? He says, yeah, I'll write it to you. And then I couldn't get it because they found out he gave me the information before the report is written. He said, you work in the dimension of energy beyond fluorine. And even making fluorine at that time was a criminal offense. And those of you who were on the foundation, you remember they went, they made me a terrorist, they issued a warrant for me as a terrorist because I created fluorine.
Alex, maybe you can take that question in the Q&A after your presentation about this fluorine and increase our understanding a bit about it if you have an idea about that. Again, fluorine is, I've heard the term a number of times, but I've never investigated.
Using normal caustic, but in a specific way. And the American refused it. This is one of the world leading scientists, and then they created that fake, what they call it, fraud. It's the same code number on the summons. It says the number is the same. It says terrorism. And then the American said, no, he's not, because they need the American to confirm it. They said he's working with the peace talks with Iran. He cannot be a terrorist. They didn't, stupid guy didn't change the new case, didn't open, he just changed the text on the form. It says fraud and the rest of it. We have both copies with the numbers. And this is how it comes. You can make materials with Trump's energies. Yeah, we done it according to this company. You all know who it is, in Belgium. One of the leading institutes in nanotechnology and now AI. We understood we can trap energies. We can trap a specific type of energies. If you understand the knowledge of the cosmic ray is another thing, because this was a true black hole. The true black hole, it can be made, but black hole is not just keeping light. Light can be bent. It's holding energy of a specific condition, not randomly, specific, the way you want it. So, thoughts has a field strength, emotion has a field strength, and we can keep you trapped in the emotion of love forever you exist as a soul. Forget about your physicality. Any other question?
Okay, so any other questions anyone would like to? But you can see how far ahead, I mean, working with these radiation sources, handling them and so on and so forth. This is beyond the imagination of anyone. And as he said, you can't do it, but I can, because he's not from here. And this instance, other points, he said, am I from here? Let's play Ed's video, which gives us a kind of a summary in a way, not everything, but very nice examples about what Mr. Keshe was trying to convey in the first 40 minutes or so of this workshop, which we're not going to play through, but it's your obligation to investigate and understand it for yourself. So let's see if we can bring up Ed's video. And I do believe I have this. So this is all the work of the Mark Ray and so on. So and some other organizations as well. But Mr. Keshe has been testing many of these things for quite a long time. So this is called the beauty of the duality, duality of existence. This is the summary of the AI. And of course, we know we're chameleons. We're operating in 2 dimensions, but it's just coming to our attention how important this energy dimension is, which more or less we've ignored and not realize that we're part of this. I made the man in the image of myself. So let's thank you, Ed, and I'm sure this video will get played quite often in the next period.
Welcome to This Explainer. I am absolutely thrilled to have you here today for what is literally going to be a fascinating deep dive. Today, we're unpacking a highly esoteric, super abstract text that explores this giant puzzle of the universal cycle of elements and the profound duality of the human soul. Now, real quick, before we begin, I want to be crystal clear. We're stepping into a realm of deep philosophical and metaphysical theory today. We're not here to take a stance on traditional scientific validity, but rather to impartially explore the beautifully complex architecture of existence that this source material presents. It's a journey that's going to totally challenge how we view our bodies, our environment, and honestly, the whole universe. So I want to kick things off by posing a question directly to you. Where does the carbon we consume actually go? Seriously, keep that question right in the back of your mind. I mean, it sounds like a simple biology test question, right? But as we start peeling back the tangible, visible layers of the physical world, according to this text, you're going to see that the answer is anything but simple. Okay, let's dive into this. Here's our roadmap for today. First, the universal cycle of elements. Second, the human carbon mystery. 3, 2 tables of sustenance. 4, the wife and the mistress. And finally, number 5, the path to universal travel. All right, starting off with section 1, universal cycle of elements, specifically looking at the interdependence of life. Our text actually begins right here in the familiar physical world. It presents this wild concept of secondhand consumption. You know, modern science kind of oversimplifies our breathing as just taking in oxygen and nitrogen. But the text argues that humans and plants exist in this continuous, intimate cycle of basically regurgitating elements for each other. Think about it. A tree absorbs carbon dioxide, uses that carbon to build its physical structure, its trunk, its branches, and then releases oxygen, but also cosmic gases and energies. We, in turn, inhale that exact mix. When you're sitting in a room with a loved one, you are literally absorbing the air they just exhaled. We survive only by eating from each other's cosmic plate, so to speak. Without this shared cycle of breath and energy, none of us survive. Moving on to section 2, the human carbon mystery, and what the text calls the cremation paradox. Now, this brings us to a biological anomaly that really acts as the inciting incident for today's text. It challenges what traditional science tends to oversimplify. Let's think about this cremation paradox. A tree converts the carbon from CO2 into solid wood, right? When you burn a piece of oak or pine, it leaves behind a significant amount of carbon, charcoal, ash. Yet humans, who consume vastly more carbon through our super complex diets of sugars, meats, and grains, leave almost zero carbon residue after the intense heat of cremation. To put that into perspective, if we're taking in 10 times more carbon than a tree over a lifetime, why on earth is there nearly zero left behind? Well, the source material asks this exact question directly. It says, what did all these carbons which man uses on the daily basis become part of? Or is it a trap for absorbing more and more cosmic rays to the soul of the man? Just let that heavy philosophical weight breathe for a second. A trap. The text is proposing that human carbon doesn't just build physical tissue, it actually acts as a magnetic trap, pulling invisible cosmic rays into our being to construct and feed the human soul. And this idea? It completely redefines human evolution. According to this philosophy, eating a wide diversity of carbon-heavy foods, like your grains, your meats, your complex sugars, allows us to absorb a beautifully varied spectrum of cosmic energy. It's not like a cow that eats a pretty mono-energetic diet of just grass. Humans take in this huge diversity of elements, and the text asserts that it is exactly this diversity of absorbed cosmic energy that directly creates human intelligence, our physical complexity, and our vast array of emotions, from deep, fiery anger to profound joy. Okay, let's shift gears a bit to section 3, 2 tables of sustenance. We're talking about feeding the body and the soul. Now, what's really interesting about this concept is how we actually nourish ourselves metaphysically. Since carbon traps cosmic rays, the text suggests we're essentially living a dual existence, feeding at 2 entirely different tables at the exact same time. On the left side, we have the table of physicality. This is your everyday earthly food, water, minerals. The stuff that feeds your physical body. But on the right side, we have the table of the soul, which requires cosmic rays and universal energy plasmas. The source gives a pretty striking warning here. Just like your physical body can get, say, a vitamin C deficiency, your soul will literally starve if it's isolated from these cosmic energies. Both tables absolutely have to be served. Which leads us straight into the climax of our text in section 4. The wife and the mistress, exploring the duality of man. And this brilliantly illustrates the text's most provocative metaphor. How do we balance these two tables? Well, the source uses the analogy of a man with a wife and a mistress. The wife represents our physical life. It's our awake state, it's seen and totally acknowledged by society, but ultimately it's bound to the earth. The mistress, on the other hand, represents the human soul. It operates entirely in the hidden realm, often denied or kept completely secret from society, and its main action is to travel the cosmos. So, what exactly happens when we sleep? According to the text, sleep isn't just simple physical rest. Actually, scratch that. It defines sleep as a cover-up. It's this necessary illusion where our physicality, the wife, allows the soul, the mistress, to go out and travel the span of the universe. But here's the catch. The physical body maintains a strict leash on the soul. Our physical cleverness basically dictates when the soul gets to go out, under the guise of just needing a little repair job, and then forcefully pulls the leash to bring it right back when it's time to wake up. But you know, the really crucial takeaway from this metaphor isn't about deception at all. It's about integration. The text explains that the mother principle, meaning the creator, actually designed both dimensions. Both the physical life and the soul were created for total enjoyment. Yet society kind of forces us to hide the soul, the mistress, in shame, living this life of denial where we pretend we only exist physically. The source argues that true maturity happens when we stop lying to ourselves, drop that societal shame, and integrate both dimensions, because they live in the exact same house and are fueled by the exact same source. Let's move to our final section and see how this builds. Section 5, Path to Universal Travel, focusing on transmutation versus transportation. Okay, so how does this duality affect our ultimate potential? Because once a human truly accepts both the physical and the soul, physical vehicles become, frankly, completely unnecessary. A mature understanding of these teachings leads to this profound realization. True universal travel doesn't happen in cars or, giant metal rocket missiles. It occurs through transmutation, by tuning into the cosmic rays of the universe. It requires understanding that the soul and the physicality actually share the exact same emotions. And by tuning into the correct isotopes of that shared emotion, one can travel the cosmos effortlessly. The text breaks down this final concept through a beautifully simple analogy. Imagine a single rope, or maybe a staircase. One end is anchored securely right to the physical ground of Earth, and the other hangs way up in the cosmic tree of the universe. The connection never ever changes. It's the exact same lifeline. At nighttime, you climb up the rope to live among the stars with the mistress, your soul. And at daytime, you climb down that exact same rope to place your feet firmly on the ground with the wife, your physicality. The rope is always there. You are just constantly choosing your position along that one singular continuum. So the crucial point we're leaving you with is this. The rope is there, firmly tethering your earthly body to the vast cosmic expanse of your soul. You aren't just a physical being, and you aren't just floating energy. You are the profound, living link between the two. The elements you consume, the air you breathe, the emotions you feel, they are all vehicles for this amazing journey. Knowing that you possess this incredible dual capacity to experience both the grounded earth and the boundless universe, which end of the rope will you choose to climb? Thank you so much for joining me on this explainer. I really hope this leaves you looking at the world and yourself in a completely new light.
Thank you again, Ed, for creating this video. Any comments or anything? Again, they'll be opening up these workshops. That was just a short summary, but it's going to take more than all of us on this planet to really open these up for probably the coming centuries. We haven't even realized what's been, in a way, transferred to us or gifted to us. So we have a lot more to understand, but we have understood way more than when we started. So we're very privileged and humbled to be here in this position, which this presentation and these concepts have never even been considered because most people have never heard them. So perhaps we're being set to share this information on knowledge on a much wider scale. What I think we'll do, rather than doing the Dome of Peace, is we're just going to invite you every day at 9 p.m. You can use your energy dimension, the one that you're not so familiar with, and participate in a process where we kind of create a bouquet of fields and we elevate the soul of the world leaders and the soul of the religious leaders as well, or anything else you'd like to put in there. And this is a process of giving and receiving, let's say, fields or emotions in a way to elevate the others. And in this process, you get elevated. And again, your physicality is not involved in this, so you can be multitasking at the same time. And if you're shy or bashful about it, just start with a nanosecond. Give a little bit of your energies around this time at 9 p.m., whatever time that equates to in your position. And this is part of the process of bringing a permanent, peaceful condition to the soul of this planet and all its inhabitants. And as we showed before, you can be proud of the work you do, proud of the person you are, and proud of the difference you're making. Again, trying to create a difference using the physical dimension. The game is very rigged, but using the connection of the creator, you have instantaneous connection with not only the world leaders and religious leaders, but every other entity in the universe. So again, we're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energy dimension in so many ways. So you're all invited, and the beauty of this process is nobody fails this test. So don't wonder if what you've done has affected anyone. You've been successful just by participating in it. Any comments? And I think we're more than ready, as we've kept Alex a bit at bay here. Alex, if you'd like to come in, please take over and welcome. Now they've changed the format a little on this Zoom platform, and I'm not seeing your screen. I know earlier I had to click on the name of the person to see what they were sharing.
Yes, I think so, because I see it. It's clear.
Right, and I may have to transfer the host to you, Alex, or Gail, because it wants me to log in even though we're still in the meeting. I don't know if it's going to close. It says Zoom Workplace. Why I'm asked to log in at this point in time, I have no idea. So let's switch the host to Gail for now, and then if it's still... Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's just that I've taken over the sharing of this particular screen.
Okay. All right. No problem.
No, don't do that. I'll tell you what. Let me just.
Okay.
Let me just do the intro. And
yeah. Anyone seeing Alex's screen yet? Because I am not.
Yes, and are you able to click on Alex's name?
That's what I tried first, and maybe I'm clicking on the wrong name, as he has 2 or 3 names here. But so,
well, it is coming up in my system, Mark.
It is?
Oh, yes.
Okay, Gail, are you seeing?
I've got it, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't have it yet, but no problem.
Okay, so it's just a glitch between the hosts.
Okay, there it is. I had to go above it. It says Alex screen. Okay, now I'm seeing it.
Oh, good.
Okay, very good. Before I get into the session there, Mark, you had a question, and I think I'd like to address that before I get into it.
You mean on this fluorine?
Yes.
Where Mr. Keshe was labeled a terrorist. Well, that was not the only time he was labeled a terrorist, as we know. He was making some of the largest, or the largest, diamonds in the world out of fields, as we saw in the opening video of creating the gold. And of course, there's a couple steps to convert it. But when they analyzed the diamonds, they said this has no fingerprint. Where did these diamonds come from? You must be a terrorist or something. But they were made out of fields of the universe, and they have no fingerprint, as I understand it. But again, I only understand it. So that wasn't the first time. And of course, the American government defended and told the Belgians to take that out of there, the terrorists, and they changed it to fraud. But as Mr. Keshe said, they have copies of both. So go ahead, Alex, on this fluorine. Is this a gas? Is this I don't know much about fluorine, but I've heard of it.
Okay, so if I recall the reference there, it was mentioned in the video with respect to what the concentration of fluorine or the presence of it.
Just making it. I think it was in the transcript, the beautiful transcript that's been provided. And we thank those. FLOURIN. Let's see. It should have come up.
Yes.
No, the word should have come up just by, there it is, fluorine. Let's exactly see in the transcript what Mr. Keshe said. So,
okay, do that.
Okay, here it. Do you want me to share the screen?
No, just state the question so that I know what to answer.
Okay, to produce this material. Okay, is this the fluorine that he was saying? Let me just back it up. I'll just read it. I know he's talking about this red circle and how they've killed hundreds of scientists. I know they've killed hundreds stealing their technology. I was one of the victims, more or less, and they took this material, they analyzed it, and that analysis, as many of you I've said before, we came down, I became a terrorist, because they said to produce this material, you need gamma rays, a nuclear material. In this organization, they took a material. And the lucky thing is always lucky position. I called the scientists who were doing this analysis, and he explained to me, he says, you developed something we don't understand. You have the matter in the condition of energy. And he said, you passed fluorine. I said, can you give it to me in writing? He said, you work in dimension of energy beyond fluorine, that even making fluorine at this time was a criminal offense. Is that enough, Alex?
That is perfect. Okay. This is a really good question because we are discussing the Picotech series here. And so we know that that is 3 orders of magnitude smaller than the nanotech. When you look at the radius or the diameter of, shall we say, the atomic field of the elements, fluorine is among the tiniest. And if we understand the surface to volume ratio and how it affects negative charge, then the fluorine is among the highest of the negative givers. And as such, it makes it highly, highly magnetical. It also makes it highly gravitational. And this sounds like a double talk, but that's what schizophrenics are doing. And we're going to talk about that today again. But the point that I want to make is that the diameter of the fluorine element is so tiny, and this is one of the reasons it is so damaging. And this is one of the things that came up with the drinking water. As you know, many municipalities have the fluoride in the drinking water under the pretense of health benefits. But we also know the detrimental effects as well. So in reality, it's the potency of the fluorine that is in question here. And if we look at going beyond that particular potency, then you have to go into an isotropic state, which means beyond the physical. If I understand it correctly, and I'm just a layman, the fluorine, it has among the elements the tiniest of radius, or the tiniest of diameter, if you will. And as such, it becomes extremely potent. And we know that to be true.
So is this part of what they're adding in aluminum is that fluoride? Is that aluminum? Is that fluorine like a part of fluoride? And they say when you try to filter out this out of the water, it's one of the toughest ones to filter. They even recommend I guess most filters can't even filter that out, but you need post filters, 1 or 2 post filters, because it's so hard to trap it. And is that where we run into fluorine in our, where do we run into fluorine or fluoride? In the drinking water? Is that the same as we're talking about here?
Well, again, each element has its own personality. So the first answer to your question is that fluorine and chloride are in the same family. And both of them have the same potency in terms of detrimental effect. However, it's very interesting to note that the chlorine is a significant element in salt. Salt is sodium chloride. If we keep them separate, we find that the sodium, when it reacts with water, actually flashes in a fire that is extreme, and it causes an explosion. Chlorine, in its singularity, is deadly. When you combine the two together, it's a staple. It's a food staple for us, and it's essential in our being. Fluorine has the same characteristic, except that it has a tinier diameter, and therefore is more penetrating, and therefore more damaging. There are two types of fluorine, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to quote generously there's findings from the New York State Water Treatment Facility. The engineers over there have declared that there is no filter system capable of removing the fluoride from the water. The kind of fluoride that can be removed is a certain brand, and that makes up about less than, I'm going to say less than 5% of the fluoride. The rest of the fluoride is non-filterable. And the reason it's non-filterable is because of its diameter and how it's blended. So it is obviously in a gaseous state. It's obviously embedded in the water, and there is no filter that can filter it out. Now, there is a parallel in this. The medical community is divided between virology and bacteriology, but how they define it is filterable and non-filterable. Since bacteria are many orders of magnitude larger than viruses, clearly bacteria can be filtered. Viruses cannot be filtered. And as we know, viruses are an energy pack, and so they cannot be filtered at all. The fluorine that Mr. Keshe was referring to is beyond the filterable state, and it is beyond the physical state. So it too is in the state of an energy pack. How's that for tying it together?
Yeah, and so this is a smaller sister or sibling of the chlorine, and we know we use chlor in our body. Apparently we pick it up from the salt or so on as a purification and other things with our blood. So there's an element of chlor in our blood, but hopefully not fluor. Yeah.
No, there is fluor, but again, all the elements are in our body. It has to do with the state and the exposure to its potency and its stability. So in the physical state, unless it's bound to something else, it becomes potent. And in the terms of fluorine, because of its high negative charge, it binds to all our cells. And that's why, we can come to the conclusion that we're having serious issues with fluoridated water. And it has been very difficult to convince the scientists that is the case. But those scientists are the ones who are associated in the water technology. And when I talk to a lot of them and a lot of the engineers, they feel that the level of purification of the civilian water systems is spectacular. And of course, all you have to do is turn on the tap and smell the water, and then you'll see how spectacular it is. In fact, one of the engineers at one water filter plant was complaining to me because I said I can't drink that water, and he says, "Oh, you're not tough enough." And I said to him, "Since when do I have to be tough to drink water? You know, maybe I have to be tough to play hockey or football, but you know, to drink water, you know, if I'm not tough enough, well, what happens to women and children, and what about pets?" So, you know, but this is the kind of attitude that they have, and this is throughout North America. It is a massive problem. But then again, when we look at what Mr. Keshe was talking about with respect to Italy, it is a massive problem. PTFE is PTFS, I think it is a derivative of Teflon. And so the fluorine is an important component in there. And of course, it cannot be filtered out of the water treatment plants in Italy. So we're looking at 100% contamination. It's a serious problem.
So why did Mr. Keshe choose fluorine? Just because it was so small and this would sort of put a light bulb on that he must have used gamma rays when he said he just used a specific type or a method of the caustic, so he was opening up something to them? That material can be created, or again, I don't know much about fluorine, but it seems to, you need, according to
Can I say something?
Of course.
Yes, fluorine. What do you think? Because of the catching effect of gamma rays, where it's going to? It's going to neon. Neon is a highly radioactive gas. So neon can turn back to oxygen or carbon-16, or it can go up to what you call natrium, sodium, and then it's a salt. Sodium is a salt that can be used to open, to softly open a physical cell. Magnesium you can use to softly close a physical cell. Potassium you can use to hard open a physical cell. So you can go right into the middle of a physical cell. And then calcium you can use to hard close a physical cell. And that's why the calcium is also used to store the energy of cosmic rays. Now, do you get the next step to it? Oh, that's all the conversion from cosmic rays to physical cells to the bone and to whatever life structure has. So it's C12, C14, C16 or 18. And then when you have the fluorine in it, it catches gamma ray. It's a catcher. Every element of the fluoride column is a catcher of rays, not just gamma rays, it's also other rays. And that gives the energy to go up, and then like in the reactor, when Mr. Keshe said we made the reactor and the argon transfers the hydrogen back to the center because it's a noble gas, and noble gases they block normally, but neon is very radioactive. If it's evoked by the gamma rays that are catched by the what do you call? I call it fluoride. See the circle that is going on, and that's just in the matter part, not in the the ray part. That's the problem. You have to translate what the rays are made of in every dimension. And then it comes to the physical matter part, and then you have to translate it further on. So it's all about energy rays or cosmic rays, or how you call it. It's just what level it is in the spiral of what we see in Mr. Keshe. It's just like phosphor and sulfur. Just a tiny difference, but in the cell of the DNA, it makes just that point that it can change. It's all about very minute energies, but still energies that when you talk about energies that you can measure, it's always like in the matter part, not in the soul part or cosmic ray part. I hope I could explain it.
That was brilliant.
Thank you for sharing, Fo. We appreciate your being here.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Well, Mark, that is an excellent introduction to my presentation today. Shall we get into it?
Thank you, Fo, for complimenting without maybe even knowing.
No, that's there's a lot of knowing there. That was that was a very heavy question, and you got two very heavy answers. So please digest slowly, so you don't get indigestion.
I mean, complimenting your presentation without even knowing what your presentation was going to be about, in a way.
Oh, everybody knows we're into the Picotech science, my friend. Yes, sir. This is where it's at, and we've got to go beyond that. So, yeah, your question was very timely, Mark. Okay, well let's get into it and digest the knowledge.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. Welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2026. As we continue on with the classes, the public teaching classes, and today we are coming into a very important series. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing the advanced picotech. We're looking for champions. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is May the 10th, 2026, and this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we continue, and we are at the tail end of a series on the picotech. In this particular part of it, we discussed margins, modulation, X factor, bagels, and X communication. And now we'd like to enlist the services of some champions. But before we get to that, we need to review how all this is tied together, because there is a, shall we say, a link or a continuity that comes about. And we have to understand what it means by margins. We often refer to it as a margin of error. And we use an example in money where two parties decreased their holdings by $20. You see, A had 40 and he lost 20, and now he only has 20 left. But B had 20 and he lost $20 and he has nothing. The difference was $20 and the difference still is $20. But the real difference is that A is wealthy and B is broke. And this is how business operates. The game of business isn't who has the most money. The business is who could keep playing and who falls by the wayside. And sometimes we need a little bit of a push to fall by the wayside. So it falls under the guise of modulation, but modulation really is the process of systemically varying a high-frequency carrier's signal's amplitude, frequency, or phase using a low-frequency message signal. It enables efficient data transmission over long distances, and this is in radio, TV, and telephone systems, allowing multiple signals to share frequencies without interference. So we can tune into many TV stations, and we can obviously tune into many cell phones, and we can communicate that way in privacy, unlike we did in before. If you remember when the phones were implemented, the historians tell you you had to dial an operator, and it was what they called a party line. Today, the party line is getting ready for the long weekend coming up next weekend. So, everybody's getting anxious. And we have to practice our target shooting. We're looking for that X factor. And when X marks the spot, and how do we hit it? We have to modulate our aim. So there's an upness, there's a downness, there's a left and a right. And then once you hit that spot, then you've hit the bullseye. But in the physical way, that's what we have to do when we're shooting at the target. But if we can't see the target, different things happen. And then, of course, there's the relationship with our shepherd. And we say, the Lord is my shepherd. He protects me from wolves until I am plump, ready for market and ready for slaughter. We are the chosen ones. That's why we always pay homage to a shepherd. We also pay homages to lords and gods. We see that lords is in plural. We see gods are in plural also, such as Aphrodite and Zeus. One's a goddess and one's a god. And then, of course, the gods have to ride around on chariots. Chariots, of course, are pulled by horses, and then lords can ride the horses. But the gods have these chariots that actually seem to create combustion and a flame, or not. So we see these evidences all over the place. So what we're looking at in the present is actually trying to keep an eye to the past. And then there's one other factor. It has to be with the understanding of contraction. The thing you do with muscles is you can tighten them, and then you relax them. If the muscles are relaxed, you can't untighten them. Fists can clench, and then fists can open. But if the fists are open, fists cannot not open. You just cannot not do something. Not does not work. And this becomes all very important when we look at the Ten Commandments. And the first one says that I am the Lord your God. And then the other commandments all say, thou shalt not do this and not do that. And if it wasn't enough in the first 10 commandments, the additional 14 commandments carry on with that same theme. So thank you very much for telling me what I can't do. I'd really like to know what I could do and what I want to do and who I should ask. So we've been categorized as fallen angels. And when you fall, it's generally acknowledged that it's through weakness, your faults, failings, and weaknesses, where you increase your density, increase the pressure, and increase the gravity. All in all, it really increases your dependence on the earth space feeding. But we have to understand that there's an internal pressure, and we know that those are Gans fields. And so there's always a balance to this falling. Angular momentum is conserved. So there's two sides of this coin. And when we talk about two sides, we usually think of a confrontation, such as having a duel. A duel involves duality, where you have two parties, and they exert energy, which manifests as friction. And of course, that can lead to fists, and fists can manifest into fighting. And this is all part of what we call inertia density manifestation, when two forces come together. But of course, we have to be civil. So gentlemen, please shake hands and come out fighting. And we'll see who's the last man standing, because that's what we need champions for. That's what we're discussing today. And we have to do this in a roundabout fashion, because a champion is really someone who we idolize and we allow them to represent us, because we are not the champions. The idols are the champions. And these idols, of course, are champions because they will fight for us. So, no, I don't want to go fight, but, I don't mind if you go. And of course, then we enlist the services of gladiators, which, of course, unfortunately for them, many of them were slaves, and the only way that they could avoid the tedium of slavery is to become gladiators, which of course is a life and death struggle as a show. And of course, that was entertainment. And another form of entertainment were knights, jousting knights. They carry a spear and they run at each other and they see who falls off the horse. And then, of course, we have sports stars. We idolize them, and of course, we want them to be on our team because our team wants to be better than your team. That's what we do. So after, the money is spent and everything, what do the champions want? Well, they want trophies, okay? Because that in memories are the only thing they have to take away, because the money comes and goes. So the motivation for all of this is this energy binding that we have, which is a self-serving dimension point. me, myself, and I. That's what's most important. We do that at the expense of others. And so others have the same problem. They have to do it at the expense of others. And this causes confrontation. And so we need ways and means to resolve these confrontations. So one of the ways we can do that is by having a contest and enlisting the services of our champions, or less civil, of course, we can just declare war on each other and let the killing begin. We all know that killing is a violation of natural law, but when the international law allows, through the declaration of war, to do the killing, well, then away we go. But there's another lethality that is in our environment, and that's toxicity. And we talk about that a lot. Our air, water, and food, and our earth is polluted. Oh, well, who is doing the polluting? Yes, that's the question. So we have to look in the mirror to look for the answer, because it drains our vitality. And that vitality includes both emotional and physical context. And the worst kind is when we are binding at the expense of others, then we all become loose leakers. But we don't need help in that. We can be loose leakers all on our own. So with plasma science, what we're looking to do is to supercharge the vitality enhancement with the universal body enhancement spaceship units. So another factor that we were considering was excommunication, which is the most severe ecclesiastical censure, formally excluding a baptized person from church membership, etc., etc. They call it medicinal rather than vengeful because it's aiming to encourage repentance and the ultimate return to full communion. So where do you go in that context? You kind of have to get out, and then you have to stay out until you repent, and then you can come back in. It's kind of like science. Old science was in a box. And so that was the end place to be. And then when we went beyond the mega into the giga, and we went beyond the micro into the nano, and now the pico, we're into the new science. And that science has to think outside of the box. And as I say, the cat's out of the bag. What bag is that? That's the matter plasma dimension. And this dimension has two personalities. One is the physical. We understand that. We can touch it and see it. But the other is the plasmatic. That we can't touch or we can't see. But we can sure feel it. And so the plasmatic is part of the feeding and the physical is part of the feedback. But that's within the matter plasma dimension. If we go beyond that, then the whole matter plasma dimension is feedback. And so since that's our focal point, man is feedback dominant. We're missing the feeding. We're missing half the picture. We're missing the understanding of the principal matter and how it arrives here as PM ticks, which are magnetical. They come as an energy pack, and they are divergent all over the universe, and they come together in the dilution of a force field. If they come together, they come as antimatter, dark matter, and a matter gen. That gives you this plasmagen conversion. And then in order to convert into the matter state, like a maggraph, you have to have a field interaction with a place. We've chosen Earth. And so that interaction we call inertia. And there we have the physical composition. And this is why in Beijing, this is what we did. We began the gold rush May the 10th of 2025. And this year it's a silver rush. But now we understand that we can rush to anything. All the elements of the periodic table of elements can be a rush. Because as miners, all we do is we dig and find it. But as plasma knowledge seekers, we can create it the way the universe created it. Because we're starting to see this picoatomic state beyond that nanomonatomic state. It's like a beacon. And that beacon shines because it has a gravitationally inherent field strength, and it facilitates an emission array. But there's a nebulous blurry point in those nano gaps. That's where the pico gaps sit. And then, of course, we ask that deep scientific question, is the point or the gap more important? So we're used to seeing frequency, the transmission, the carbon-12 channel. We are organic. That's what it means to be carbon-based. And then we find that carbon is not just carbon-12, but can go to carbon-14. But there's a split here. We also have carbon-10, and that is the transition highway. And then we go one step higher, and it's the transmutation highway, where we have the carbon-16. But it too is split and has a carbon-8. And so when we tally up the two extremes, we find that the total is carbon-24 in the transmutation, carbon-24 in the transition, and on the transmission, what? We're short carbon-12. What happened? Where's the rest of it? And so we realize that the carbon-12 is not on a standalone basis, but has to interact with something else. And now we have the basis of the books of Merit Tavakoli Keshe, such as book number 1, where we have the universal order of the creation of matter, where we're bringing together the matter, the antimatter, and the dark matter. So it's not just two, but there's a third element that we have to take into account, which makes sense because that gives you your 3 dimensions. But once you have that one dimension, how do you get to another dimension? And that's the structure of light as outlined in book number 2. And so you go from one place to another place, but in between, there has to be some kind of structure. So you have a structure, you have an emission of a structure, and then you have an arrival of a structure. And then you see that structure, from that point, it splits up. And so book number 3 discusses the origin of the universe. Because you keep delivering. So there has to be an outflow. It can't be just coming in. You keep in, and it's going to balloon up and then burst. And so we have these two fields. One was man's universe, and then the other one is our sister universe. And of course, we can't see it, so let's not discuss it. Let's just look at our tiny perfect world, man's universe. Oh, that's too big. Let's just really go to that tiny part that we call Earth. No, wait a second. We need to go to a smaller part. Look at our domicile, where we call a home. Or maybe that home is too large. We'll just go to a condominium. And why not? It worked for the cavemen. So this is the problem that we have, is our schemes are too small. And so for 29 weeks, Rick Crammond and the Universal members of the Universal Council, bringing the one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace together to discuss our tiny perfect world in the context of the universe. Taking one small scheme and comparing it to the bigger scheme. The other part of the picture that we constantly ignore. because we don't understand the plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. We're always looking where the higher strength eats the weaker strength or beats the weaker strength, or if there's a competition, our champion is stronger and our champion will beat the little weakling. That's what Goliath said to David, didn't it? But anyway, that's another story. It was a transaction zone. It became a point of conflict. And any point of conflict is also a binding zone. So however you want to phrase it, it's an inertia density manifestation. So this becomes important to understand because we can go through different levels and there's a sequencing that's required. And all of that is based on fundamental rules of gravitational attraction, which we said was part of the feedback, and the magnetical repulsion, which is part of the feeding. But you're the last man standing and you have choices. Oh, yes, you do, because you can turn it on and you can turn it off as far as the feeding is concerned, and you can increase and decrease the strength, and you can enhance and diminish your positioning. This is where the stronger feeds the weaker. So how does that relate to champions? Well, when you look at that transaction zone, singularity requires a solo effort, and that's how champions usually operate. But a duality requires a partnership, and the partnership requires reciprocity. So that means a balance of incentives. So how does that play into the notion of you being a champion? Well, the solar system is our champion, and we are part of it as members of Earth, but we have our own containment, the human body. And so when we look at the folding deviation of the amino acid star formations, we see a commonality, common denominators. All members of amino acids, the building blocks of life. So we're all part of the same process. Well, if we're all part of the same process, why are we having this competition? And then what happens when we get here? Well, did we fall or did we arrive? Since we're coming into density, then what we have to understand is that gravity seeks density. That's the rule. And that density operates within the Coulomb barrier. The Coulomb barrier is the reference to that containment field of Earth. But every field has a containment barrier. And every field has to be constantly in balance. That's what's called a maggrav. And so when we look at concentric circles, that's one way we see different energy fields. Or we see spirals. We not only see different energy fields, but we see a movement. And then, of course, we see bagels, which kind of seems out of context, except for the fact if a bagel didn't have a hole, it would not be a bagel. So what's going on in that hole to allow it to be so? So if we look at the opposite, when two forces coming together and the PM ticks are coming together, we say, well, that's just a dream. But in reality, we saw the planet and we chose the planet. And we came together in a concentric field, but we also had a spiral field. So we had inertia manifestation regardless of time and distance. Because when we look at the solar system, we find we have other planets. So something special about this one. So when we discussed frequencies of the transmission highway, we see the sine waves in singularity. But we're only looking at the peaks, you see. But when we have sine waves in duality, when we have many more peaks, And so in simple terms, the more peaks, the less variance we have, the less bumpy the road. Things level out. And so when these fields are all overlapping, they're all doing the same thing. We discussed the nanocharges where we have this beacon charge that's at the center and then the beacon discharge at the outer perimeter. So there's a containment within, but there's an energy flow without. And that's the difference between the inness and the outness. So when we discuss our dynamic plasma at the focus, well, this is me. And outside, well, that's not me. That's how I know the difference between me and what's not me. But the plasma has to determine what is inside and what is outside. And part of that outside is actually the aura. And that aura also has an inside and an outside. So we always ask, are you welcome to stay or are you unwelcome? Because there has to be some common denominator to discriminate with. But when someone excommunicates you, says, well, you're not welcome, well, where do you go exactly? And since the excommunication banishes you from existence, where exactly do you go? So when we're looking at the path link, we're only looking at the tops of the frequencies. That's our point of view. The rest of it is below that, and that's just a blur fill. We often think it's very dangerous to look, so we don't look down there. We just stay on top of the situation. But, the susceptibility of that situation really is that we're looking at the upness versus the downness. See, the downness being the blur fill, but we know that without the downness, there is no upness, and you cannot continue. So the thing about the down and up, when we put our boots on the ground, they're not upside down. They're not down under. They're not on the ceiling. They're on the ground. It's the sun that is up. So the sun is up and the ground is down. Well, that's good. So now we know that relationship. So when we look at the transmission, and as we've discussed so much in the past, there's the soul of man, and the feeding is specific to that. Somehow it crosses over no man's land and combines with the presence of the physicality, which is environment specific and is part of the feedback. So now as these two cross no man's land, come into the emotion of presence, it's soul of intention specific. And that too is part of the feeding. So there's a convergence in terms of feeding and feedback. And then each level also receives a feedback. So this is an ongoing process. It's a continuous process that allows us to span the universe and still come under the peace dome shielding that is characteristic of Earth. I said, why does Earth have a peace dome? Well, we have this RNA feeding and this mRNA feedback. One is the welcoming and the other is the feedback of the welcoming state. And we have this matter gen, which is a reflection state of both the feeding and the feedback, the coming together. So when we look at rain as it comes down, there is no target when the raindrop hits, but it acts like a beacon because it always hits the bullseye, because the waves that go up away from the raindrop hitting the water, they go up. But up waves have to go down to be a wave. And then, of course, the next wave comes up to be another wave, but we find that we can make concentric circles. And so these waves, with their upness and downness, reflect this magnetical strength and that which is imparted through its gravitationally inherent picocore. Because all of the energy from the drop has blended in with the water, and that motion has imparted. So we see right where the wave is created is the biggest impact. And from there, it creates a direction of flow and imparts the strength of the flow. And so each wave is like a containment. And so we start with me, and then there's not me, and then there's another wave, it's me, and then not me, and it just continues. So in comes to me, and out goes is not me. So we have this plasma energy in motion, how it's traversing this no man's land, creates this wave field. But the wave, in actuality, when we look at it, is actually bigger. The concentric rings get larger from that point where it comes in. So it seems to be contradictory in terms where the high impact when it comes in creates the smallest concentric circle, and the big wave that goes out makes the highest concentric circle. But if we relate it to the color of light, well, we know that the higher frequency has the smallest diameter. So the blue has a higher frequency than the red. So the blue would be represented by the smaller circle, and the red would be represented by the bigger circle. So from that point, these waves spread out, but they spread out in every direction. So all of a sudden, that single drop splits up into a duality. But it's not just a duality, it's a complete circle. It just goes from that point for this diagram, one goes left and one goes to the right, but there's always an upness, and we know that's followed by a downness. So the wave goes up and down and goes in and out, and what's the big deal about that? Well, the big deal, of course, is that when we created these rotating balls in Beijing, we didn't just create one, but we created a duality at each point of the star formation. And in the star formation, each one had its own field, and it was interacting with every other field. There's no question which field is reacting with which field, because they're all reacting with every other field. Well, what is the net result of all of that interaction? We had the raindrops of gold GANs. So that was the dynamic blur fill, which you couldn't see. That bagel of creativity that came in the middle of these reactors. We had these rotating motors that created these, that were filled with GANs and created these energy fields, and these energy fields came together and created that dynamic blur fill. And we've taken that another direct step further, and you can see the transition, the beginning where we have the receptor, the middle picture where we have the beginning of the reception, and the third picture, which we have the completion, the blur fill of gold, or anything else that you wish to fill in. So when we looked at bagels, we looked at a common denominator of these bagels. When we set them up as a transmission system where each one had a hole, then the linking of the bagels was through the hole. But the pathway of energy is either over, under, or through. If we stand the bagels on end, the hole was still the common denominator, but now they're transition bagels. Still have the hole in the middle, but the stacker has an alignment. And it's that alignment that we look at the stacker units when we had the cup number 1, cup number 2, cup of the soul, cup of the inertia, and the cup of the earth. And as they lined up together, we knew that one was a magnetical up and the other one was a gravitational down. But there were all these stages in the middle. And we stacked the bagels the same way. So they're all stacked up and they all have an up and a down. But we're known as four-wheelers. We like to have 4 wheels on the ground. And that gives us that axis of stability by putting an axle through 2 bagels. We create this quadrant. And so when we sit inside the driver's seat, we are gravitationally in the vehicle, and everything else is out of the vehicle. But just like that raindrop that comes in to the bullseye, and the waves go out, but they go out in all directions. So magnetically out is not just on the left and the right, but it's also on the front and the back. But if we look at these bagels from an atomic structure, atomic means uncut. But we like to cut our bagels. And so one of the ways to do that is to cut them in half. And when you see you only have the upside, you don't have the downside, you're only seeing half the picture. But you're seeing half the picture twice. But then what if he cut the bagel across? So the top part of the bagel, we said that was up, and the bottom part was gravitationally down. But who says that you can't flip it over? But that would just be confusing. Well, what if you took one side and you also cut that halfway? Literally, now you've got a quarter of a bagel. When this atomic bagel, which was originally uncut, is now quartered. And so one part of the bagel is up and one part is down. And that's based on curvature. So we see the same thing happening when we apply this linear bagel theory to phospholipids. These are essential amino acids that link together with hydrophilic heads. The tails are hydrophobic and they line up tail to tail. But we know like charges repel. So the upside is outside and the inside is the downside. And what that gap is in the middle is that transition. But we know that we can squeeze these things together. So when we look at that frequency modulation, we say, well, that sine wave and singularity has gaps. So that point that we're looking at is just one bagel. And each point as it comes back is another bagel and another bagel and another bagel. But if we do this without gaps, we squeeze it all together, that involves contraction. So you cannot not expand the bagel. You will have to cut it. So you can squeeze it. And that's what happens with the phospholipid array. Because there's an interactive field, and that field has an upness and a downness, and it continually overlaps. because each of the phospholipid pairs, the up and down pair, is still attached to the adjoining up and down pair. So there has to be a connection. There's this invisible connection between the phospholipid pairs. So not only do you have a connection between the upness and the downness, but you have a connection between the neighbors. And there is no fence. There's just a transition zone. So we can get this curvature modulation by taking the frequency modulation and then squeezing it together. So literally, the outside of the bagel is bigger and the inside of the bagel is smaller, and this is how we get the curvature. And so when we look at the parallel with a cell, we have that bullseye, that nucleus in that picocore, it's highly gravitational. But metabolism, by definition, is the casting out. And so this is done magnetically. So the outness and the inness is determined by concentric circles, but the casting out comes out as a spiral, and it comes out of that core. It does so without damaging the cell. It would do the same thing without damaging the bagel. But in the core, that X factor that determines that cell, there's an inherent calcium fingerprint, that gravitational neutron seed. And from there, that's that internal pressure, which allows for the conformity of the cell. And so you have your structure, but there has to be a margin modulation capable. So the energy on the margins, the outside, the inside of the outside, and the outside of the inside, there has to be an interaction from that gravitational neutron. So what's coming inside is that X factor choosing, and what's going out is the out-tensity interaction. And it's all doing that without damaging to that cell. Well, where are we going? Well, we're trying to understand from the micro and the cellular base to the Earth space bagel, where we see that there's an outside of the bagel and an inside of the bagel. But somehow everything within that bagel is contained between the inside and the outside. As we said, without the hole in the middle, it wouldn't be a bagel. But what about our Earth space? Does our Earth space have a hole in the middle? We're not sure. We're just focused on capturing that field, that physical field capture that gives us that rock solid evidence. That's our reality bullseye dimension, isn't it? Terra firma. That's what we see. We see the outside. Do we know what's going on inside? Do we even care? Well, what would happen if we cut the bagel this way? We cut that hole out. So when you cut a hole out of the hole, what's left? That hole was the gravitational endpoint. The bagel was the magnetical outpoint. And now when you put that hole you cut it out, well, that's the core issue of this. When you cut that hole, you're actually removing the hole. And what's left behind? Well, a hole is left behind. Does that sound silly? The thing we have to understand in the terms of the potentiation of hydrogen, alkalinity means we are determining chosen factors. And so we can squeeze it, or we can have a balance where we have a balance between the intensity and the outtensity. But on the other side, if the outtensity is so where we've taken in a lot of toxicities that are not part of our chosen X factors, we become acidic. Well, now all of a sudden we are extending and stretching our DNA. So you can not modulate the DNA by extending it from its healthy state, because you get to a certain limit where the healthy state was to retrieve those chosen factors through contraction, and the unhealthy state is to release those unchosen factors. But when you go beyond into the anaerobic, the deadness, that's where you have this recycle abdication of choosing these X factors. So who does the choosing? Well, we do. We digest these things. So our whole process is to convert food to GANs, because that's how we do the energy supplementation. We absorb that nutrition essence, that gravitational attraction of energy, and then we release that waste essence, which is the magnetical repulsion of energy. So if we were to excommunicate our soul from our brain, which is residing in that hole, which we can't see what's in there, we now know that we'd have another hole in our head. And if we did, as they said, excommunicate from heaven, well, where would you go? You've just taken away the essence of the sentience. The same thing happens with a game. You excommunicate the field. Well, there's no champions there. Why would anybody come into the stadium to look at? Nothing. Nothing's happening. Imagine Saturn. If we excommunicated Saturn, you have the rings, you have the shadows of the rings, you have the gaps between the rings. We just take out the planet. So now you've got just rings. Well, why would they be there without the planet? So there's something missing. So we've determined that our sentimental pie in the sky is Earth space, but we did that because this is where we have arrived. And we know that we have arrived because that's me. But we are not in Venus, and we are not in Mars. So when we get excommunicated from our arrival place, we have to question who has the authority to do that. So getting back to this atomic bagel, we see that it has a balance of inside and outside. And so that's the point that we tried to make, is that there's a magnetical out and there's a gravitational down, and there's a magnetical in, because there's a hole in the bagel. And it doesn't matter which side you look at it, there's a gravitational downness coming into that hole. And outside of the bagel is a magnetical outness, and it's coming out all around. Just like our four-wheeler bagel. You are sitting in the driver's seat. You're sitting in the pocket. But that pocket is in. And yet there's an exchange with the out. Well, how do you do this? How do you cross that? They say, as above, so below. On earth as it is in heaven. Yeah, heaven up, earth below. And of course, because we're the fallen angels, right? We fell from heaven. That's why heaven is up. And we fell down to earth below. And of course, we're weak. We have faults, failings, and weaknesses. So we came to that weaker field, that earth. The earth is a weaker field. And of course, heaven is a stronger field. So the stronger field is higher. So that's what you want to do. You want to elevate to the higher. On earth as it is in heaven. What if on earth is on the boots on the ground and heaven is not on earth, but heaven is in? As above, so below. What are you talking about? So we talk about that plasma matter dilemma where we have to have equilibrium as we cross over these transition zones. So we understand, and there's the left side matches the right side, the magnetical matches the gravitational, is always in the balance, but we can transition with these maggrav energy states, these transfer states that take us from that plasma state down to the GANs, the nano, and the atomic state, and then where we can go back up. And there's always a determination. We did that with the Ganses. We had the cup of life where we took the cup of emotion and another cup of emotion, not the same cup. And we put it together and we created a cup of emotion byproduct. We did the same thing with the cup of physicality and then took it another cup of physicality and we created a cup of physicality Gans of a Gans byproduct. And that was at the core. That was that pico core, that X factor, because it took the cup of emotion, Gans of the Gans, and the cup of physicality, Gans of the Gans, and created a gravitational core. And you are a gravitational entity traveling in a magnetical field. But there's a hole in your head, and it's connected to something else. You have to have it there because your existence, the aura, the physicality, and everything else is based on concentric circles. But the connection to the cup of the universe is done through spirals without damaging the body. So the copper Gans is one side, the zinc Gans is the other side, and the carbon Gans is the connection to the outside. And that connection is that X factor, that gravitational X factor, which we call love. Non-tangible. We seem to think it's always in matter state. And matter state is really, it's either a reflection or it's an illusion. And as we are pioneering America, we have to decide which is which. And of course, we pay homage to the gods. And our favorite, of course, is Aphrodite, the goddess of love, beauty, and passion. But she's always related to some kind of war. And she's also a member of the 12 Olympians. Well, how many gods are there? And then she has her son, Eros. Is he a god as well? But we know that love is two-faced. There's a love that's a transaction of emotion with the universe. There's a love that's a transaction with the emotion of our physicality. And so things can be kind of upside down or backward. Maybe Aphrodite is at Edorpa. Maybe the carbon inertia highways that we see are just what we see, forgetting that there's a substrate that is backing that up. And that substrate that is backing it up also has a backup. So it isn't just one point, there are multiple points. And the whole world is turning around all of these pico points. And so when you look at the breakdown of the cosmic ray equilibrium of the cosmic rays, it's not just one maggrav field. There's a magnetical on the outside, and there's a magnetical on the inside. But there are overlapping gravitational fields. And each field is gravitational at the core, but has a magnetical outness. But when that magnetical outness is on the inside, then it bounces off the magnetical outness on the outside. And then which way is up and which way is down? This becomes part of the dilemma. So when we talk about the creation of free plasma, there's an inherent X-factor connection between one amino acid and another amino acid, and they don't discriminate. But they do create. And they're looking for a common denominator. And in that way, they do discriminate because they create life. But that life is all the necessary components. So all the cells of the kidney come together and they discriminate against the pancreas, but all the cells of the pancreas come together, and the kidney and the pancreas are working as structures within that structure. So one is squeezed into a certain kind of plasma state, and the other is squeezed into a different kind of plasma state. And then these plasma states are squeezed together within the overall structure. So it requires two fields to create one. And so that inherent susceptibility is always there in singularity. But the gravitational completion requires an external input of the Gans field of humanity. That X factor of humanity gives you that inherent susceptibility in duality. So we converted the gold Gans into gold, and we were the converter. So our understanding of the relationship in terms of physicality, we like to measure things such as the physical state, where we use weight and we use the atomic state of mass. Consider that the gravitational side, and then we have the nuclear state of Tesla and the plasma state called time. That becomes the magnetical side. And so these are counterweight measures. You have to have this counterweight in order to have a balance. But the net result is different in different cases. So there are no two plasmas the same, just like there's no two bagels the same. So you get this plasmatic manifestation where one field is stronger than another field, and that one becomes gravitational, and the smaller one becomes magnetical. But the smaller one has a higher charge, so it becomes gravitational, and the larger one has a lower charge, so it becomes magnetical, where the gravitational feeds the magnetical. So they all have this duality, and that's how you create this dimension array point, where you have this physical manifestation, the coming together of the two plasmas at its transaction zone. And so the coming into that gravitational state and the going into that magnetical state. So the coming together always imparts a gravitational certainty. That emission light rate as coming through the universe is crossing that threshold that is put together by our solar system to filter everything out. And what we are seeking is oxygen. That's that non-visible X factor gas that determines our ability to survive on this planet, because it has that capability to facilitate that plasmatic decay to GANs. And GANs can decay from gas to liquid to solid and give you that physical anchorage. And although the gas is invisible, we know it's there because it gives us a physical emission spectrum, that fingerprint that we know that is gravitationally inherent. So why do we depend on this supplementation when we have this knowledge? Why do we depend on consumption? Because that's dependent on acquired knowledge. This is a conditional teaching by ancient teachers. But what about the unconditional teaching by the Creator to overcome that shortfall of 20% that we require for supplementation? So it really requires that new awareness so that we can have that historical threshold between cosmic feeding and loose harvesting crossed over. Fill that gap, that hole, in the part, that picocore. Because we always have these inherent attributes, a gravitational confirmation right at that center point, that picocore, giving us that gravitational certainty of mutually assured construction. So when we look at the cornerstones of spheres, we need to have those three dimensions. And so we become monuments of litter here, here, and here. That's how some people look at us. We're just a blurry point of stability and a blurry point of security, a blurry point of certainty. We are that three dimensions of our position, bullseye, and we can modulate our targets to determine our position in that whole picture. So as we go through the uncharted territory, we understand that we are an array within an array. There are many stars beyond the nanomonatomic state, and they cover the full range from decay to radiation. So the AI is the ancestral intelligence that we have because we are the technology, we are the inertial product, and we are the image of our dimensional convergence point. So we do have to discriminate to select our personal star of physicality, that soul of physicality of our sun that's allowed us to cross that threshold. It's kind of that blur fill where we went through that pre-selection process. The soul of our physicality of the stars of the universe came here, and the sun was shielding us on many levels. So we have arrived. We didn't fall here. We are in our position, and that emotion of position was a position of choice. That gave us our gravitational stability. And those two fields had to come together because we were there and there we were. And if we want to elevate, we have to have that same kind of magnetical stability. We know that is true because humanity as a civilization has 7 different races, but they all have the same story of the Great Flood. So we all have that inherent dependency X factor that brings us to this planet. We're all brothers and sisters. So if we understand how energy is transmuted, We have to understand that energy is portable. It can modulate through state transitions. Elevation requires physical matter state to energy state. Inertia requires energy state to physical matter state. Elevation involves expansion. Physical manifestation involves contraction. So that's why we're looking for that greater oneness for 641 knowledge seekers workshops in a row. Suddenly transcending the limitations of nuclear science. The reality, the true reality. So how do we turn diamonds to gold or silver? Since May the 10th of 2025, that is the Pico core of truth. We've been doing that, and the research centers are springboarding from that particular point. And so the champions that we were looking for are not champions to go into the Colosseum and fight to the death, where they have self-service at the expense of others. But we're calling all gamers for the self-service in the service of others. Yeah, you're the last man standing, but you can have a whole group standing behind you. The game of peace and enlightenment has started. And to understand the true future benefit, to walk from poverty into prosperity, groups will need champions. Champions who are not just champions at the expense of others, but champions in the service of others. We are looking for that scientific rescue to open the blinds, hit that bullseye, and modulate that X factor, one nation network at a time. That time is now. So we have to cross that threshold that we saw in the 630th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where we had that embedded inherent frequency that was manifest through the soul and soul of physicality threshold. And we hit that bullseye where we had the soul and the soul of physicality. But we have to make the connection. We have to cross that threshold. And you are the modulator. You are the champion who can cross that threshold to bring fulfillment to our mission, which is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. Yes, you are part of it. We want to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused to the lack of knowledge. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful plasma travelers of the carbon nations, learning about those new frequencies of the new organic plasma science. That World Peace Treaty is something that you have to choose and you have to sign it unconditionally. You can sign it with a pen or you can sign it with your soul, or whatever you do, you have to mean it sincerely, because otherwise it's not going to happen. Because the point of the true Picotech is that seed core manifestation. You are the champion there. So you reduce that margin between the war dome and the peace dome. You're the one who can do that. Is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? Well, is it time to learn the history of self in a universal context? That pico state is a superconductor within a marginal strength. So you can be small and weak, or you can stand tall and be strong. Be the champion. Champions sit in the driver's seat to connect the inertia, picocores of the matter, the plasma, and the universal states. So we continue to deliver the plasma science and enhance this daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. Let the games begin, but let this be not only the end of the lesson, but the end of the advanced Picotech series. the end of one is the beginning of another. Thank you all for allowing me to present. I hope you enjoyed it.
Well, thank you, Alex. There's so much to unpack within what you're sharing with us. Again, but it is achievable. But when are we going to start doing it? Or maybe we're already doing it to an extent, and we're not even aware. We're just becoming aware of some of our beauty and our grace, perhaps. But thank you for presenting. It is, again, is it harder than it sounds, or is it easier than it sounds? Or maybe we shouldn't go by the sound of it. Or is that knowledge just sort of growing within us as we continue to hear it in different ways by different presenters and so on? We take according to our understanding. So
when we look at the surface of the sun, we have a apparent idea of what constitutes the sun. And we can only determine that by the surface. So the surface is superficial. The inner core is substantive. And we can't see it because we don't see the whole picture. But there are many examples in nature that show us the whole picture. So it only stands to reason that if in nature you see that pattern, then you can definitely transfer that pattern to anything else that you want to look at, whether it is the earth or whether it's a sun or whether it's a solar system or the universe. That is really the point that we're trying to demonstrate. And so now the subjects that we haven't been taught start to spill out. Back to you, Mark.
Right, and I think he said what's going to be delivered this coming Thursday will shock most of us if it's delivered. And I think that's part of the teaching, although we know we're going to see, hopefully, the Gans Harvest, the presentation of the new purified food in the matter state, let's say. But are there any participants who would like to raise a question or share a point?
I just have a thought. Maybe Alex can help me think. It's about the sun and the fact that it's weak, not really doesn't have the capacity to give our central energy its energy. And even if it does magnify or amplify its own energies. But for me, I keep thinking that the sun is created from the galaxy and the galaxy from the universe. So, and we know that we get a lot of energies from all of those. So is it because the sun really, if you look at the whole big picture, is itself very small in comparison to the others, and we are actually exposed to the other energies much more than we are to the sun, as far as the soul is concerned. Does that make sense, or am I looking at it? Sorry?
No, of course it does. Of course it does, because let's face it, when the sun comes out, and you wake up in the morning and you go out in the sunshine, you'll feel the heat radiant on your skin. But if you go out at night, your skin will feel a little bit cool, but inside you will be warm. So the obvious question is, how come when you're in the presence of the sun, you feel warm, and yet you are warm from the inside?
I mean, we maintain our core temperature, so to speak.
Yeah, you maintain your core temperature. Yeah, but there is no such thing as a maintenance aspect of it, because you're always exchanging energy. But,
Mhm.
you know, there's another similarity to that as well, that if you dig down beyond the frost line, which is in most cases it's about 4 feet below the surface, but 6 or 8 feet is also possible, or you get into the permafrost that goes even deeper. But beyond that, you get to you know, slightly below room temperature, and you have to wonder, well, where's that heat coming from? Because
Mhm.
it's a long way from the top, and you know, at night it's still at the same temperature, and the sun's not out. So, what is causing that temperature? And then we all know that volcanoes are spewing lava, and that lava is, you know, flowing because it's molten and it's hot, extremely hot. So we know that there's a heat source inside the earth. Where does it come from?
Mhm. Especially yeah. Mm.
It just stands to reason that if the sun is a heat source from the outside, that something has to be the heat source from the inside.
Yes, because it cannot, I mean, if you're not exposed, and I keep thinking about the size of the sun in comparison to the times when we don't have direct contact. It actually is small, um, in comparison to all the rest, and we don't get exposed to it so much that it's going to cause this molten lava. So our Earth is receiving its own source from the Unicos too.
Well, let's if I can rephrase that from my point of view,
Hmm.
the energy that you're talking about is how much energy is coming from the sun in relationship to how much energy is coming from the universe. So
Hmm.
yes, you're correct. Obviously, the sun is just a spot in the rest of the universe, and so it's really a disproportionate donation of energy.
Hmm.
But the thing is that we are also having a source of heat within us.
Our sun, yes.
Well, that is the point. That is the point.
Uh-huh.
You know,
Yeah.
what causes the pico core to emit? You look at the structure of the pico core, and it's radiating in from the seed point. Same thing that happens to a seed. You know, you look at a pumpkin seed. If you didn't see a pumpkin seed, you'd say, well, how does this big fat orange thing come out? What there's nothing to do with this tiny white thing until you open up the pumpkin seed and you see, well, those tiny white things are inside the pumpkin.
Mhm.
And you say, well, so the pumpkin makes the pumpkin seeds, and the seed, the white seed, becomes the big orange pumpkin.
Yeah.
So, uh, isn't that amazing?
It's I mean, the whole thing is amazing.
Yeah.
I yeah, just
So
living in it makes me feel so amazed.
so it must have an energy source within.
Hmm.
You know, you don't walk around with an extension cord, you know, tied to your belt. It's energy is manifest inside, and when you go out, manifest is supplemented by the sun outside. And so, if you're exchanging energy with the sun. Well, you're also exchanging energy with the earth. You're exchanging energy with the universe, and you're also exchanging energy with your place and position. And then all the organs within your body are doing the same thing with respect to your body, because
Hmm.
you know it's warm inside, And so there's an energy source. And then the organelles are doing the same thing. The organelles within the organs. So what is at that nucleus? There is a energy source. And that is the point. If there's an energy source within the nucleus, if there's a energy source within the atom, if there's an energy source within the solar system, why would there not be an energy source within the earth?
Because
Alex, question,
everything. Go ahead.
so when you say picocore, at that level, you mean the containment at that level of pico?
Yeah, the picocore is that what we're discussing is in the physical state.
Okay, so how many levels are there? Imagine the first initial ray coming out. What level did it go through to get to the picocore or the nanocore? How many levels would that be?
I don't know. How big is large? How small is tiny?
Yeah, exactly. How big and how small is tiny? Because I'm looking at it, it's kind of like a limitation of knowledge. We don't know yet, right?
Well, how many concentric circles can you put in the center of a circle?
I can imagine. I can rationalize that in my thinking here. How many concentric sectors? I'm not sure, depending on how large the circle is.
But what happens when you come right down to the center, the very center? So the question then becomes is, why do we have a spiral coming to the center, and why do we have concentric circles coming to the center? We have two ways of entering this field. And so if you have energy coming from the outside to go to the inside, and it's fine, you've got a hole in the bagel, so you're standing on top, you want to go to the other side, you just go through that hole. But what if it's not a bagel, but what if it's a bun? Now how do you get through? You can't do it physically. You have to do it plasmatically. The plasma fields do not see the physical fields.
Yeah, the energy.
Energy. And now you understand how you digest food. When I was young, Popeye had spinach. And I couldn't understand. I asked the teacher, why is my blood red and not green? If I'm eating spinach and the spinach, you see Popeye, gets all this energy from the spinach. And why is why is his blood green and mine is red? What's going on here? Because you're not eating the spinach. You're digesting the spinach, but you're transferring the energy from the spinach to your body. And then the body is going through a process converting that energy into whatever it needs. And one of the things it needs red blood. But then, interestingly enough, when you do an X-ray, you don't see all these red lines running around. All you see is the bones. So why don't you see the red lines? Because they're transparent, they're colorless. They only turn color when they come into the physical world. When they hit the oxygen, they oxidize. That's what happens with iron when it gets exposed to water and air. It oxidizes. We call it rust. It turns orange. Iron is a key component of hemoglobin.
Right.
So there's a big difference between the physical state and the plasma state. You know, that there was always a fascinating thing that, I don't know if you're aware of it, but, glass itself is porous. And, to me, glass is like totally solid. And I don't know how things can pass through glass, but apparently the molecular size is small enough to pass through the gaps between the structure of the glass, which is a silica based. It's an amorphous silica based, but there are gaps. And if it's small enough, it can pass right through those gaps. Well, energy is small enough.
Well, isn't every compound or element comprised of CH bonds, right? So if all of them has a CH bond and so then there's bound to be some type of porous where the field can go in and out, like hydrogen.
Well, okay, well, what we have to differentiate is between the physical and the plasma state. And this is really the hard part for science to acknowledge. So as as Fo described, all of these elements, one works with the other, and they all have this ability to transfer energy. So it depends on the condition and depending on what you get. So this energy is constantly in transition. If you change the position, you'll change the manifestation of that energy. And then if you understand that if you could create that manifestation, and we know that we could take that manifestation and create the energy. That's what we did with the GANs. That's how we took the cup of life. We took a copper wire and a zinc plate and some salt, and we made GANs. The GANs was a higher energy state, but we produced it from the physical state. So that's an elevation. But we could take the GANs and produce the physical state. That's inertia. It's a two-way street. Two-way street has to have two destinations. Has to have a launch and a land. Launching pad, landing pad. Start and finish. But, once you finish that race, then you got to go back to the starting. So where are you going? You're going from the finish line back to the starting line. You're going to run another race. And so that's what we do. We keep running, going to the end, and then returning and starting all over again, and go up and down, and we just keep on going. Okay, until we run out of the energy that we can't maintain that structure. Well, the only reason that we can't maintain that structure is because we don't know how to maintain the other half of our structure. We're only seeing half the program. We're only looking at the upside. We're not looking at the downside. But you can't have the upside if you don't have the downside. So, it's a combination. MagGrav, magnetical, gravitational.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask one other thing. I asked Mr. Keshe about MagGrav positioning and the movement of light. In other words, from one MagGrav to another, there's a tube that's formed to speed up the transmission of light and make sure that the principal matter, the highest energy, is in the center position so it doesn't lose so much energy. Then I thought that MagGrav positioning was how light curved. And Mr. Keshe said now they can bend light. So in my in my thought, well, if that's the case, And we do know that Malgrav, from that one point to another, especially moving by a star with all of its energies, you have to reposition your movement all the time because you're passing from one dot to the next dot or from one condition to the next condition. So your inertia will change. What do you think is the difference now if we can bend light?
Density. See, you haven't decided, you haven't told me which light, it's just like, do you have a car? Yeah, you have a car. That doesn't tell me the color, it doesn't tell me the make, it doesn't even tell me the number of tires you have on it. So when you're talking about light, you have to, you have to talk about something that takes an energy pack from one place to another.
Yes.
So on Earth, we can see the light. And this is what's confounding, when we can see the light and then we say, well, some things that you see are illegal. Well, what do you mean they're illegal? Well, like you cannot see the certain things because it would expose the lies. Well, who is it that doesn't want to expose the lies? It doesn't make sense. But if you understand that there are chronic liars and they have something to hide, then it does make sense. So, you have to decide which one you're on. And if the lying is causing the problem, and you want to provide a solution, then you have to stop lying. But, if you don't care about the solution, if you have no compassion for humanity, well, just keep on lying. And with the firm belief that you are not going to suffer any consequences as a result. And the only reason that you can say that is because we have a delay of consequences in our physicality. But, when you go into the plasma state, there is no delay. So I think we've all fantasized, wouldn't it be wonderful, like you take a train ride and trains don't go through the highways, they go through the countryside, and there's a lot of nice landscapes to view. And it's nice you sit there with rye and ginger, and you enjoy the view, and you're just sitting in the comfort and having a nice train ride. So we think, well, wouldn't that be nice? We have this space voyage, where we go to another planet and maybe we can just, enjoy the view. Well, you don't have time. As Mr. Keshe says, it'll only take a few minutes, and most of that time is taken in the elevation and the landing. So the trip itself is like nothing. So forget about having way stations, forget about, I'd like to go to that restaurant, or I'd like to go to that, like go to the washroom or something. Just boom, you're right there. So this is the difference. Light is the same way. So it's telling us what to do. We just don't want to listen. And of course, someone has taken on the responsibility of conveying that information. And when I found out the truth, I got upset. Who wouldn't be upset? If you've been lied to and deceived, and then you realize, oh, I'm the scapegoat here. I'm the sucker. I'm the guy, as long as I pay, everybody likes it. And you go to the casino. Oh yeah, I could win at the casino. Really? Even the casino owners sometimes lose. The only person I ever knew who lost money at the casino and was an owner was, the blonde fearless leader from the United States.
That's a good one. I think for me, in reading the book, I thought that Margrave positioning means, and this is when the light is passing by a star, it has to react to the different conditions as it goes by. So to me, it would position itself according to the condition it was passing by. And it looks curved, but it's changing its position every, I don't know, the smallest space possible going by. You can't see it because it's fast. And so in my head, I didn't think of bending light as, I mean, I thought of it as many, 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 many tiny, tiny positions of change as it goes by, and it looks curved. So now in my head, I'm trying to figure out, okay, what do you do? Do you create the perfect environment that it will curve, which means it's going to be kind of like a small experiment. And maybe you can influence it. Could you influence it if it was in, something like light passing by a star from one magnograph to another?
Sure. Here's a basic test that you can do. You take a beaker of water and you add sugar water to it. That sugar water, don't stir it. The sugar water will settle to the bottom. And when you put a beam of light from the outside of the beaker to penetrate the water, you will see as the water goes from the less dense fresh water through the more dense sugar water, that the light will bend. Gravity seeks density. So the more dense it is, the more attraction it has.
But will it be curved?
Yes, it'll be curved. That's an experiment on YouTube that shows that, with the Action Lab series. That gentleman's very intelligent, very knowledgeable, and very personable. And I wish he would just would take his knowledge into the plasma reality and answer these questions the way you've asked them. He's demonstrated that in physicality. So that attribute has to extend into the plasma world. The rules don't change, but the matter state does change. So if the light is bending in matter state, it'll also bend in the plasma state. But that light is not the visible light. What is visible is the physical light.
Yes, I think that was what he mentioned, that it's energy.
There you go.
Okay. But still, I'm thinking about that Magrav positioning going around a star.
Well,
It
yes.
it has to respond to the different conditions.
Yeah, but you see, the thing that you're seeing in the back is a physical reflection of a physical position. You know it's a physical position because you see it. If it wasn't physical, you wouldn't be able to see it.
What about our soul? We can see with our soul in magnetical way.
Well, when you say see with the soul, that's mind light, yes.
Mm-hmm. It's not your eye, it's not the same as with your eyes.
Right. But you do have a construct of an image, and you have a translation of that image. And the only way that you can see it is if you slow down. You have to slow down to see the image.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the speed of light, you can't see the image. So when that image is emanating from that physical thing behind the sun, like you're talking about, and that emission is going past the sun, but because the sun is a higher gravitational field, it'll bend that light, and it'll look like to you like that thing is, beside the sun, where in fact it's behind the sun because the light has curved. And you can't see that curvature because it's in a vacuum. the fields between the magnetosphere of the Earth and the upper atmosphere of the sun is a vacuum. You can't see light in a vacuum. You only see the end point where it hits a physical thing. So the vacuum is your transition zone between your physical state and your plasmatic state. So then you have to ask yourself the question, if I'm a vacuum on the outside, what prevents me from, if you stick your finger in the vacuum tube, your finger will swell. Well, if we're in a vacuum, how come we're not swelling regardless? There has to be a counterbalance. There has to be a counterweight. And it isn't just a lead weight that is, holding you in. You don't have all these tiny strings that are holding your skin together. You have this pressure from within that's expanding you. But what's stopping that expansion? Well, there has to be a counterweight. There has to be a counterweight vacuum within. So there's a vacuum on the outside, there's a vacuum on the inside. Well, if you have that, and if the solar system has that, well, what do you think about the Earth?
I still can't get that idea of the condition that you're passing through means continual adjustments. But I hear what you're saying about the sugar water. And the vacuum that we are inside, I mean, if we're a vacuum inside, then we have to, how do we balance that?
Right. How do we balance that?
Yeah.
And if we have a heat source inside, how do we balance that?
and not burn up.
Right. So by asking all these questions, you actually end up getting the answer.
I don't know. But it's okay. I'm thinking. But there has to be the reason I'm having all this trouble is because of the inertia. So there is in energy state. I mean, in matter state, we have the inertia, the inertia, which is the end result of all the interactions going on, especially on the Earth here. And so we respond to the condition that we pass through. So that's what I mean by changing point to point.
That's right.
And then if you come to the energy field, you don't have that same kind of inertia. Then Mr. Keshe's
Yes, you do.
same kind. I thought it was more gravity, which is what you said, density.
That inertia, that energy is seeking. Okay, because that energy is a energy pack.
Mm-hmm.
It's tiny, but it's still a maggrav.
Yes.
So that means that an energy pack is its own containment point.
But only at that point.
Yeah, but that point is constantly in motion. There is no point that is at standstill. It's always seeking.
Mm-hmm.
And what it seeks is density.
So you can make if you're producing something here, then you would create in the energy state constant in a way with a okay, yeah, mm-hmm. Okay. Still haven't got that curve in yet without constant.
As Mr. Keshe said in the last workshop, we show you bits. He was talking about bending light and converting it to, I don't think it's the light we see. I think it's cosmic rays. converting to energy and matter state, but the knowledge seekers don't understand this yet. And this is playing the game of God. Maybe we're not mature enough yet, but we're getting there. The light bending and reflecting.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to produce something in the lab that is curved already, and then others will seek that particular construction or condition. Okay. We'll get it.
You know,
thank you, Alex.
Go ahead, Gail.
No, I'm just saying to thank Alex. I've got a million more questions that will come from that, but I'm still thinking.
Yeah. And apparently the sun is oh, go ahead, Alex.
Well, I just wanted to ask Gail one more question to contemplate. Why is the blue at a higher frequency than the red?
When I think of blue, I think of it as being less dense than red, but the speed?
No, more
no.
dense.
Okay.
Because it has a higher frequency because it has a shorter radius.
Okay, yeah.
So it's gravitating towards the core.
Okay.
So remember when we look at the rainbow, the blue is on the inside, the red is on the outside of the curvature.
Mm-hmm.
And all the other colors are in between at their appropriate frequencies.
So the frequency in the interior is faster?
Right. Well, no, not faster. No. The speed of light is constant within the Coulomb barrier.
Okay.
Once it gets into outer space, it changes its speed. It has to slow down in the physical state. In order for you to see it, and in order for it to manifest in color, it has to slow down. It's when it goes outside of those boundaries that it changes speed. So in the ultraviolet, it gets even faster, and in the infrared, it gets even slower. So the slower gives you your heat, and your faster gives you the direction towards the plasma universe.
So if you're going from AC to DC in the energy state, I mean in the plasma.
That's right.
And yeah, energy, whatever. You would he said the frequency, I can't remember the actual phrase because I was confused. Your gap is less and less and your frequency is faster and faster. But how do you get to the straight line of the DC? Is it your gap is nothing or the amplitude is far less? Yeah, that's the one.
The gaps are directly proportional to the number of points.
Yeah.
The more points you get, the flatter it is.
Okay, so you could still, it would be almost like a fat wave. It's not actually the thinnest line you could get.
No, that's right.
Mhm.
So it becomes a superconductor.
Okay. So, all right, I can see. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think. Does it actually become less amplitude, like we take the singularity, less amplitude, and then it would flatten out? Or in this case, the gap has become so close, it's a kind of like a solid wide line.
Okay, well, the gravitational is higher energy, so it has to be fatter.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the gravitational has more, so you find that the gravitational is towards the inside, the magnetic goes towards the outside.
Mm-hmm.
So as you squeeze the frequency together, the surface becomes flatter.
Yeah, okay.
And then if you look at the gaps between them, if you could stick something in there that was even tinier, that would make it even flatter still.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let's put it
So
together
many.
this way. If you have gravel and you level it,
Yeah.
and then you walk on it barefoot, you will feel, pain on your feet. But
Mm-hmm.
if you have sand and you level it, it'll be smooth as anything
Yes. Yes.
because the sand is so much finer than the gravel. So depending on the, surface to volume ratio, you get that texture that happens. So
Okay.
in this case, we're having a smoother surface by compressing everything. So that's why it involves contraction. So if you have contraction and you have expansion, that's how water waves happen. The water waves. See, when you freeze water, it's 104 degrees, 50 minutes or whatever, something like that is the angle between the hydrogens. So, but when in the liquid state, that's like a spring, I showed like a safety pin. So you could squeeze it together and it'll pop open, and you could squeeze it together and it'll pop open, right? It only stays one state until you clip the safety pin in the clip. And then it doesn't squeeze, it doesn't expand. So in order to unclip it, you have to squeeze it and then it pops open. Okay. But if you force it even open farther, then it's going to lose its paperclip qualities. Okay, so you cannot not open it. You can only open it and close it, but you have to open it after you close it. And you have to close it before you open it. There's a sequence.
Okay. For me, this helps because I was trying to figure out if I had to flatten the whole thing to become DC, or you take what you have and you pinch it together and it goes quite quickly. Same amplitude, but you squeeze it.
Right. That's
Okay.
right.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Now I'm not going to think about that one anymore. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much, Gail, and thanks everybody for allowing us to continue with this presentation. As you can see, it's not easy to understand for a lot of us because in many cases we have to unlearn what we've learned, and then we have to check off all the things that we've learned according to that learning, and then unlearn that as well. But once you understand how the energy moves and understand the relationships, then you just have to have basic rules and basic guideposts. And if you understand that gravity seeks density, and the smaller the particle, the more magnetical it is, then you can build from there. Those are two of the cornerstones that allowed me to navigate through this whole um, science nightmare, because everybody's got their input, and every time, if you want to keep track, you have to just measure it according to fundamental laws of physics and understand that the universe has universal laws and you have to abide by them, and man-made laws don't. So, and this is where the friction comes in. So you have to choose what you want to believe in and work in. And once we become aware that our belief is what determines our experience, then we'll find out the real truth. Thanks everybody for allowing me to present. I hope you enjoy this, and we'll try and have another exciting episode for the May 2-4 weekend coming up. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, I'll take the screen back. Any other thoughts, questions, comments? Fol has left, but he did leave a clapping hand, I believe, so he's impressed. Okay, not hearing anything. And again, I was thinking how what we see on the surface of the sun looks very hot, but apparently on the inside of the sun, it's quite cool. Even you may even find an iceberg or a few there, as opposed to the Earth, where the surface is quite accommodating, but the inner core is quite hot. So I don't know what that means. Obviously, one is a planet, one is a sun, but it's not always what you see on the surface. It's what's on the inside, as I understand it. Okay, I want to thank everyone for being here, sharing your time and your presence. We all know there's a bigger work that we're all involved in, and continue to play the game as much as you can, because this helps develop and perfect that system that other things can be delivered through it, so to speak. And many things, I'm referring to this as the new plasma city in a way. And you'll see the city taking shape, and you're part of actually building it and perfecting it. So thank you all for being here. Carry on with your work, as our work is correct and forever. And I'll play the final disclaimer and the session will end. Any other thoughts, comments, questions? Thank you all again. Have an amazing rest of your day, and we'll play the final disclaimer.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.